Hello, everyone. Um, Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you for engaging this debate with us. It is a really important question at this moment, and I need to thank you to NDI for collaborating this proposal with us. Um, so, my name is Fernanda. I am an Internet Lab director. Internet Lab is a think tank based in São Paulo, Brazil. And a couple of years ago, we started to try to understand the movement of disinformation's creation and circulation. Um, in this attempt, we have considered gender disinformation is one more type of gender-based violence. So to understand this social phenomenon, we need to assume that gender-based violence is a structural inequality that marks all society in different ways, online and offline. In the Brazilian case, for example, we understood that gender disinformation is associated with narratives that enforce gender inequality, including when it is propagated in support of the current government. To provoke us today, I invite our speakers to introduce themselves and make a brief speech to answer the question. Can I put the slides, please? Next. So I forgot to tell you about our session agenda. So I will direct one question to the speakers. After that, we will discuss in breakout groups, and after that, I will ask one of facilitator in the group to tell us what was discussed in a brief way, because we have 1 hour, so it's very fast. And the next, please. Awesome. No. Okay. Not. I think I forget the slide of the mail. So okay. Please, Dania is online with us. Thank you, Dania, because Dania is in Mexico City, and there it is midnight, so it's an unhappy moment. But Dania, could you tell us a little about your work and how are you thinking about the gender disinformation? And please introduce yourself.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear
Uh,
me now?
yes, we listen to you, but we don't watching you, see you.
Now?
Yes, now we can.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's such a pleasure to be here. I'm Dania Centeno. I'm a lawyer from Mexico, and I specialized in human rights, particularly in the digital sphere. I used to work with R3D, which is a Mexican NGO promoting for the protection of digital rights in Mexico. After R3D, I used to work at Twitter as a public policy manager for Latin America. So that's pretty much my background. And I, since R3D and later on at Twitter, I really specialized in working on safety, particularly from a gender-based perspective, or targeting gender-based abuse online. In R3D, we made a coalition of NGOs working to address this topic in Latin America. And then at Twitter, I was also in charge of conducting several workshops and sessions to hear directly from several NGOs and experts in the field about how they were experiencing the platform. And I must say, of course, gender-based misinformation was always an issue. It was often mentioned and often flagged because it has many different impacts that affect disproportionately gender communities, women and LGBTQ communities. And it's a real problem because there's, of course, no one solution fits all. There's no clear solution. There's no clear answer. And to understand the complexities around this issue is a very complicated task. So it's very important that we have sessions like this to discuss, especially from a global south perspective, to discuss how this issue is impacting in our region. And when I can say, at least from my experience working at Twitter and also in R3D, is that we really need to take our time to understand the root causes, no, of this phenomenon and how it can extend so much as it was. And also the fact that sometimes it's really complicated to link the impacts of lying, of misinformation online. And that's one of the main, I think, priorities we have perhaps at Twitter. I cannot speak on behalf of Twitter anymore, of course, but overall, I would say making sure we have this linkage, we can prove that linkage of how misinformation is being spread online and how it's actually targeting and impacting women and non-binary communities offline. I think that's the real job, and it's not easy, of course. And there's so much of an emotional impact that it's often not easy to prove, no? And I think that's one of the main areas of concern, perhaps, and also how these can take so many shapes. For example, there are now groups that are dedicated to do this and that might receive some sort of money or payment, and that it's super complicated. Like, how can you track this? And when it comes, for example, to platforms, it's also difficult for them to conduct such an investigation because there has to be like policies at place that also come from governments to make sure this issue is taken into consideration, because platforms do not have the tools to investigate what happens outside of them. Like, sometimes the coordination might take place on the platform, but also sometimes the coordination might take place outside the platform, and that's what it's really like a trick to trace down. I wouldn't want to extend further than that, and I think I ramble a little bit. All that to say that, of course, it's a super prominent issue that needs to be addressed, that needs to be better understood, and that we need many stakeholders engaged in these conversations to make sure we understand all the different aspects of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dania. I think, do you bring some important questions related to the necessity that we understand that the circulation of disinformation is not restricted on online environment. So in elections, Brazilian elections now, we watched a movement very particular because the online gender-based violence, the political violence, and the violence on the streets were very connected. And I think it's a part of the problem that we need to think about deeply. Now I ask to Malavika. Thank you.
Thanks, Fernanda. Hi, my name is Malavika Rajkumar. I'm a lawyer and I work at IT for Change in India. So I guess a lot of the issues that were spoken about right now, and a lot of the gender disinformation practices that happen across the global south, there are a lot of similarities that way, especially when it comes to the election time, or right before like 1 year before the election time. That's when we see a sort of hike in gender disinformation. So India especially has one of the largest democracies, high heterogeneity across axis, largest youth population, one of the largest global internet users and social media users across the board. So you can imagine the sort of violence that women politicians face online, especially around election time. So one of the main insights that I'd like to bring to today's session is part of a study that we did on abuse and misogynistic trolling that's been directed on Twitter against women in the Indian political and public sphere. So we actually did this study because we wanted to understand the nature of online hate and recurring patterns of abuse. And secondly, also after understanding this, we wanted to see what sort of regulatory frameworks can actually be put in place or can actually be suggested to address this issue. Again, I'm going to go straight to the findings, but we had actually done a very inductive exercise where we had gone through 30,460 mentions, annotated them in a very painstaking process using 19 codes, which we then made into 7 codes. Like, for instance, if we take a theme of threat, we had intimidation and violent, explicit threats as categories. And again, after this annotation process, after we focused on abusive, misogynistic, and violent mentions, we were able to get a lot of interesting insights, which I'd like to share here. First is that the pervasiveness of misogynistic speech is actually so normalized in the Indian Twitter sphere that it's not even surprising anymore. Even as a user of Twitter, I know that if I put any political message out there, I will face some form of violence. So one thing that was very clear was that women belonging to the ruling party, perceived to be dissenters, sympathetic to the current disposition, all faced violence. Specific targets of violence included women who were left-leaning, dissenters, and those women that belonged to opposition parties. And this also included women that were not even on the platform. So there was a hashtag, the name of the woman, who was belonging to the opposition party that wasn't part of the platform. Another intersection that received a lot of hate was Muslim women and those who don't have party affiliations, especially some political commentators. Secondly, in terms of the sort of herd aggression that we saw with the way trolls actually attack women, trolls tend to tag certain women together as if to like deride, warn them or intimidate them to actually deplatformize themselves from the platform. This specifically included Muslim women and Dalit women. That's like a particular caste-based violence that is seen in India. And another interesting finding was the light-hearted trolling that was present on against these women. So they were not overly grave threats, which were also visible, which includes violence, rape threats, death threats, but these were milder, fun, abusive sort of wordplay or memes, and they also create a lot of psychological impact on like women who are actually seeing this all the time. So the abuse rarely had anything to do with their work or politics. That is one of the core research finding that we found. It's mostly to do with their bodies or their character. So if it had anything remotely to do with politics, it was to actually attack the woman's credentials, trivialize their role in politics, talk about their appearance, including all beauty, no brains, which is actually an example that we have, and sort of derailing, where you take a random incident that has nothing to do with them and then make it their issue and sort of cause a lot of sort of like perpetuate violence on that. Another overarching subtext that we got is the role of patriarchy in here. First is the sort of angles of shame and honor that kept coming up again and again. The terms shame, shameless, honor, lanat and sharam, which are Hindi words. So India has a lot of languages, so the violence happens in multilingual formats. Shame on you and hang your head in shame were repeated a lot of times. For instance, one of the mentions says, poor father, shame on her. So these were the kind of attacks that women politicians were receiving. And they are usually, it's very clear in South Asia, there's a lot of, they're usually subjects of male authority or control. Their bodies become repositories of community values. And this includes like women in public politics. And their bodies become sites of contestations of family, community, national honor even plays out. Another angle is caste-based violence. So women who were attacked, who were particularly Dalits or other caste members, they were attacked based on their purity or honor. Secondly, they were also, their merit was also called into question. Or in Hindi, as you call it, aukat, like what are you doing here? Was the question that was usually posed to them. Then anti-Muslim hate, which was extremely visible, and sort of one of the main reasons when gender disinformation becomes disproportionately high is when there's a religious angle to it. So usually the women were attacked for many reasons, including hyper-nationalistic attacks, reference to nationality, asserting exclusive claim over national identities, collusion with foreign intelligence, treason, based on hate for the religion itself, which means distorting the way Islam plays a role in India. And the term jihad was also reused quite a bit. And my last point, which is a lot of objectification also happened, where women's bodies were subject to male desire or hypersexualization, where, for instance, if there's a picture of the woman, then there would be a deep fake that circulates and trolls would come onto her Twitter thread and abuse her. So, I mean, there's a lot more to say, but these were the primary experiences that women are facing in India. And it's something that I'm pretty sure, like if we did a study on Facebook or any other platform, we'd get very similar results. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting to listen to you about the way that we facing the violence and the categories that we find. I think there is very moment that is similar what happened in different countries in Global South. When I was listening to you, I was thinking about the Brazilian context, and could be me say the same thing or very similar things. Moira, can you?
Sure, I'm happy, and I think on that point is the perfect point to segue to what I wanted to share with you all today. So the National Democratic Institute, as some of you heard me say yesterday, came to this issue, we like to say, because it came to us. The issue of gender-based violence and online violence against women in politics was the #1 reason globally that we understood women to decide to not run for office. So from that standpoint, we've identified it as existential to the future of democracy, but also a game changer, meaning if we can make progress in this particular area, we can really change the nature of elected systems around the world. But we really came to this, and we started from it because we saw studies like the one in India, the one in Brazil, and we were noticing that in each space it was treated as sort of, oh, well, that just happens here. It's the price of doing business. You've chosen to enter the public sphere. So this is the cost. So we really, what we wanted to do is demonstrate a global challenge that we're facing and show that these attacks, much like we're seeing, that extend beyond threats of violence and into gender-based attacks of the ones we heard about, religiously motivated, to use a trite but very famous U.S. butthurt emails about Hillary Clinton, right? It's hard for an algorithm to identify that. It's hard to identify it as a gender-based attack, but in fact it is. So what we did is we had done a significant amount of research, a significant amount of work in identifying hate speech lexicons that we shared with platforms, and we were finding ourselves at a crossroads where what we wanted to do was go back to the same political women and ask them what the solutions would be. So we looked at 3 different tracks along those of tech companies, governance, and civil society, and globally convened, I believe, 8 different working groups consulted with about 100 women in the political sphere and identified 24 interventions that we now look to. You can find them online at ndi.org. It's the Interventions for Ending Online Violence Against Women in Politics. And we view that as sort of the menu, right? Because what we also learned is that regionally there are different opportunities for success. There are, in some areas, legislation may help. In other areas, legislation is simply not possible, right? So we view that as a menu, and now what we're doing is sort of splitting our efforts. One, to look at the issue of platform accountability and getting platforms to come to the table and address this issue, and the separate one to look at governance structures. We feel like NDI has a unique contribution to make around things like political party codes of conduct and conduct within parliaments, things that we can really help to change the political discourse to make this issue. What we're looking for is to create a normative framework where this is taken off the table. Hold on one second. So I think just 2 points I wanted to leave you with. One was identifying one of the challenges we're facing right now with tech companies. So Fernanda joined me and a group of other women, I think Irene was here, visiting with tech companies very recently. And I would point out that I think we are at a crossroads and a major challenge where we have the most significant regulation from the EU coming at the tech companies that they have seen, but also at a time where their industry is facing a lot of financial challenges. We're also witnessing the challenges with Twitter, and that poses a big problem, because what we saw in this particular area was that the platform desire to not be blamed for bad things happening, which is ultimately where we are. Where NDI is, we want to create a positive information space for the full inclusion of all people. Where they are is very much, how do we not be blamed? That then matches very closely with the cultural dynamics we see around the world of like, this is the cost that women face, you know, if you decide to get involved in politics. So those very nefarious attitudes are at the core of what is preventing progress on this. And when you match that with budgetary concerns as well, and the fact that this was, we heard this over and over again, that this is a cost center for tech companies rather than a value proposition of what a platform can bring to society, we face an uphill battle. On the government side, though, I do want to leave us on a point of optimism to say that we've seen we also talked with other governments that are working with the Partnership to End Online Violence Against Women in Politics. This is, you can Google that as well. There are 8 allied governments that are forming an alliance to address these challenges. So the likes of the United States, Denmark, Australia, South Korea, really looking at this and concentrating on this issue. So that's coming, it's co-chaired by the United States and Denmark, I believe. But that also comes at a time when UN Women will convene around CSW and use technology as one of the convening issues that are bringing them together. And I think one of the things that we have as a community to look at are how we mobilize and utilize those unique opportunities with the stars aligning in that way to really see real progress on these fronts and to identify which interventions we can push them towards. And so I would leave us with one, which is basically when we look at CSW, when we see those opportunities, we want to make sure that we're capturing both sides of this challenge. One being individual violence, right? Women facing doxing, attacks, you know, things that we all, I'm quite sure in this room, have experienced and online, but also where it is weaponized for political purposes. And we want to make sure to capture both elements of that because they require different interventions and different approaches, but we would be doing a disservice to what we can achieve as a community if we limit ourselves to just one perspective versus the other. So I think taking the broadest possible aperture and recognizing that that political aspect, not only is it being weaponized, it's also our opportunity for change, right? Because those are the people, the women who are going to make that change for us. So I can stop there.
Thank you, Moira. I think it's important to consider that when we talk about gender disinformation and consequently about gender-based violence, we are talking about one thing that impacts all society, not all women, but the democracy. So one of the solutions that appeared when we talk about it, it is content moderation or on the other side, the regulation. But we have so many challenges related to language, related to political context in different countries. And I think we need to be more creative and imagine other solutions. So I invite you to divide in 4 groups, I think, 4 or 5 groups, to discuss. Please, could put the slides again. Um, to discuss the experience that you have with this debate or the questions that you have, or besides that, how we can think about this problem in a cross way. It is a global problem with different actors and stakeholders involved, and how we can improve or mitigate this problem. So there are here some guiding questions that you can use. And please introduce yourselves in discussion. I will advise you when the time is finished. Okay, thank you. So 4 groups, I think we can use the way that you sit.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm Nyasha from Zimbabwe. I'm in the Ministry of Information, Broadcasting and Publicity Services. I'm with the Minister of Information from Zimbabwe. We do a lot. She's like the leader of the House, the Senate, and the issues. So I'm interested to be here.
Living in the US for most of my life. I live in what my sister just said, especially when the topic relates to the work I'm doing. I am also freelance consultant, things like that would be creating. I would be surprised if that would happen here. But it was really a shocking experience, to say the least. But
I guess we can like take up the first question, which is how does misinformation relate to gender inequalities in your country? Are there disinformation strategies specifically targeting historical minority groups? I think they're two very different questions with very different answers. Maybe we can just start with the first one, and I have a feeling all the answers are just going to overlap across the questions. So maybe we can all take turns because I see a lot of you have already worked all over the subject area. So I think so I can take down notes in a little while, and maybe one of you can present it too. So maybe we can start with the sort of issues that manifest in your country due to gender misinformation. Like we can like sort of see the impacts that are actually there. Maybe we can start there and then move on to solutions, which is what the second and third are actually looking at. Anyone wants to start?
My name is Lei Ma. You can call me Lei. I'm together with Jacqueline. I'm from RW Media, which is an international media organization based in the Netherlands, working for social change. Just like what Jacqueline mentioned, we build a digital community for the young people, with young people, and we also provide different types of digital media solutions for our partners globally. We also have RW Media Training Center, and we provide different kind of tailor-made training on storytelling, on campaigning, on creating media to counter disinformation, for example. Yeah, I'm quite interested in this disinformation, this kind of topic from gender lens. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
So, yeah.
So I go through the question.
How does misinformation relate to gender inequalities in your country? Are there disinformation strategies specifically targeting historically minorities? So,
It's a session about the global south. I think it's very interesting. People from the actual global south share their experiences and thoughts.
I'm curious to know what's been the impact of such a provision.
Disinformation
I mean, we don't even
strategies
have online
targeting
gender-based violence law to start with. So to know that there's political violence now in this is interesting. So what kind of results have you seen? Has anyone gone to court?
Yeah, actually, there is. There are many issues about parliament.
Different layers of inequality in Brazil, and of course they help together. And I think that in our work with the team that there's some narratives that are created and constantly repeated, and they are growing.
The first step.
Because there's a lot of social economy, racial inequalities, there are a lot of narratives being developed about, let's say, sometimes not really have a gender perspective, but whenever there's like community or something, there's very frequently information associated with that saying that we have died in the slums, for example, they were drugged in there's no evidence about it, but that's something that sticks really fast.
So this is like a victim-perpetrator binary sort of angle to this law, right? It's not really addressing a systemic issue.
It's important story for the country because she's a black woman coming from the slums.
So you identify 5, 6 trolls. And then you take them to
had a very long political life in her community. You get fighting corruption, screenshots, really short. And we had seen less than 2 hours there were images spread about her, images supposedly depicting her sitting on the lap of a famous drug person in Rio. And it was clearly not her. If you look at the picture, like, and you look at her picture, you'd see that it was clearly not her, but that just spread like fire. You know, it was spread really fast. It really had to do with representations that people have of black women coming from slums and like associating with men in a way. So because that stuck very well with representations that people have, they spread even further. And there's some people after 5 years that still today believe that.
Anyone else would like to share their experience?
Maybe she was fight between drug organizations and the language. So yeah, I think that was my first input, how all those issues play out together with a very hard
civil society working as they're working on media literacy, teaching people, because most of the people who are online are using it as an extension of what they do at the corner of the street, talking together and chatting. Platforms are magnified, and everyone can reach it.
And I think it also
Everyone becomes a journalist, giving their patience. So
why
that's the scary
people, why we believe in things, right? For intermediates to work with
They learn to cross the street, learn how to use the internet, what is fact checking. In as much as that is a concern, I think fact checking, teaching media literacy, even to young students and elders, because everyone knows it has come online, is very important. Women, even now, we've done a study sometimes a year back.
I also have something like
Lower economic groups, they use the internet for avoiding they don't post anything on Twitter. They magnified and scrutinized.
couple went there. They just
One of the things the best practice regulations should
there was a couple who went there and they did something naked.
many of the times it's less empowering. They're trying to say women can do this, women cannot do that. That's not how
At the same time, this couple also went, but they didn't misbehave or anything like that. But this video got released, and the people thought innocent couple is that couple. So they started spreading that
see even for them, let's understand it's unlearning because algorithms are not developed to catch local citizens without opinions, etc. They're trying, they need to invest more, and governments also have to invest more with civil society to actually. So it's a complex issue, so it's difficult to see, but I think people should come from patronizing.
and all that. And the girl was so helpless, and she said, I don't commit suicide, you know. But when it comes to legislation in Sri Lanka, there is no law. And how do you punish the culprit? There is no proper law. So this is the part that Sri Lanka is challenging. We need to find some solutions. Law is not really wrong. We need to bring the new legislation to influence the government to bring new reforms.
How do you approach that? How do you approach that? Because that's a very important.
Yeah, so maybe I think we should make, okay, recently I done legislated speech restriction, and it contains a law, so I
so she was able to like break through apart from other people that so like I said, it's a very big issue.
legislation. They
Yeah.
give me license
with the sort of platform stakeholders and your country. Are they open to this topic?
If you are a woman, same thing that there are different roles that
otherwise how can we production plus cyber
is trying to be transparent so she does constant patterns of attack against women who are out there. And one of the things that someone that's seen our training, she in like maybe 4 or 5 years, she has not really talked much about her political work, because I believe I'm assuming that it's maybe because of the attack that
That's also something.
there
So
was
it's not
a
only
presidential
having
aspirant
law
who
reform,
actually
but
publicly
it is also
spoke against
putting
her
it into practice
one of the presidential
in
rallies. I feel so that
objective
will
way.
also empower other people to show up, because a male figure that's the
I
presidential
think
aspirant
I'm looking next, but I'm also putting the question out there. So we
Here in
looked
Ethiopia,
at recourses in law,
there are not
recourses
that much of fact checking.
stakeholder
There are
training,
only
but what other good practices are required when it comes to gender
one of
disinformation
the
training?
I was leading the
And if you have any thoughts on that, you can also add it to the
out
discussion.
of all the fact checkers, I am the female one, so I usually use it is started or something when I posted a fact check or something like that, and studying obviously to show about fact checking and we tell the because as women so I was also taught these things about it. What really are the community usually we are two one guy and me, so the attack is straight to me, straight towards me, and they're saying like why would you do that? You should go back to the kitchen. Why would you do this and everything? So and they didn't even say a word, or the comments are not directed to
there is no physical aspect,
especially
you can't
talking about not only that, why she didn't say the end of the society, which is not even especially for the last couple of years. Like it was, she got lots of threats as well. Everything like we couldn't believe it. As women and children are vulnerable to this kind of problems. Actually, they are usually used for propaganda. Reporting some of when there is a raped girl or comments and to Facebook and Twitter, and they usually channels that we have use it for propaganda, not to address the issue or so they try to hurt them or something like that. So it takes time to get that in the past couple of years, and then we know that we have like Facebook
Project yourself.
for Sri Lanka and more but still it's very I'm just lucky, I guess. I mean, first of all, so even we do see people are not that much of aware especially about fact checking or who I am. It is not only the normal online bullying, it's the high level politicians. But it was really challenging, not only from the bullying and everything, but also even if we try to monitoring and seeing all that toxic and violent contents were really hard for my mental health and my colleagues as well, because we don't have any professional help or guidance or anything about how to deal with these issues. It was really challenging, but I mean, NDI, we work with NDI, so actually to create more awareness within the media and also with the communities. Like that is the level that we can. So once this awareness and these people consider it as something that is harmful, definitely we will be pushing for the legal aspect as well. But until then, I don't know how we are going to do it.
Yeah, so question. So you say it's not seen, sorry, it's not seen as like an issue, it's seen as kind of a given. Do you mean more that people
We have more 2 minutes.
they don't think it
Okay?
They don't think it matters. Like you question about somebody's appearance, you throw a lot of doing business. They don't think that it is harmful. Or like even if I see somebody commenting about maybe you, I would simply ignore it.
yeah.
That is how it is.
Or that you chose it because you're choosing to have a public persona.
All three of you.
Ladies first. There was a question about good practices, and I think, for me, I think early reporting as an individual will really play a key part in curbing the disinformation. In Kenya, we have a movement called Kenyans on Twitter. A topic comes and it escalates, and you're the discussion, you're the topic of discussion. But if an individual reported the topic or the tweet made early. I think it curbs the disinformation trend early enough. So and also the involving expertise who are expertise in social media monitoring. The Meta report to them early, they are able to curb the disinformation. So also as an individual or as individual, we have a role to play. We should not wait for stakeholders, governments, laws. It will take years, probably years, months before legislations come in. So as individuals, maybe we could report the tweets, the social media postings that we are really sure it's disinformation to the agenda. Yes. So early reporting and early warning.
Just to piggyback on that, trusted flaggers will be implemented by many platforms, and I think that's a possibility to come in exactly there. You mentioned structural measures, and I think platforms have risk governance kind of processes, and these have to be influenced. And the DSA mentioned by you, the Digital Services Act, provides for a governance, for an agenda to do that, but I think many other countries could come in on that. Specifically because it also contains participatory elements, and that's super important, especially in this case, to understand even how vulnerable groups feel or what's microaggression for women, which I worry about a lot. Also, you mentioned the effects on girls, which perceive that also as a microaggression on them. So I think to tackle this governance process is super important, and when you, in these cases, I think the campaigning aspect of it, that's what we saw in Germany, where two women leaders really took on, went to court, but also made this very public, and this had a very, very good effect, because it lessened the kind of anonymity online of people, you know, thinking they can do whatever they...
Hearing all of you, I would like to share two cases that happened in Nepal. When you talk about online violence and especially harassment issues in a small country like Nepal, it is like negligible. People don't even report. There is no consideration. We did a survey in 2016 about online violence, and it is like, nobody cares, right? So now what has happened is recently a case of an actor who raped a girl. Her name was Samiksha Thapa. So she kind of like went to the court and filed a case against this guy. As soon as the case went on, it was like previously it was said she was underage, right? She was under 18. And then the media started picking it up. The fans started picking it up. And there was so much of chaos created. I mean to say, her character was completely assassinated. It went through a different channel. So, the social media was like grabbed on by the fans. The media was trying to grab on to the media attention that was coming in. So all sorts of news were coming out. As you know, governments in the south are least bothered about media and what they are doing, and especially the craze of so-called the YouTubers, they kind of like make any news. So that happened, and after that, another case, a reputed cricketer, Sandeep Lamichhane, he plays internationally, so and even in India, and that case came out, and then again this sort of things started. So there has been a lot of talk in context of the civil society about how to mitigate this problem in terms of law, in terms of policies, in terms of helping the victim, because ultimately if somebody is coming out, it's more painful for them because they have to relive that, right? And nobody's understanding this. That is the problem that is faced, and they have very less resources. And you might have heard about Mighty Nepal, an organization which is like this Sushma Kairala, she got the CNN hero as well, and even that organization was attacked. I mean to say, they were the victim was put into custody, right? I mean to say, not in custody, but they had to place her somewhere. So they placed her under that organization because that organization works under women leadership. And let me tell you, that organization was like blown away about its reputation, saying, okay, what are they doing? Why are they putting her up? The reputation of the bigger cricketer was winning it off. Nobody was trying to know what the situation. The CCTVs, the proofs were there. The room, like everything was done. So this is the situation in Asia, especially with and the disinformation spread in by the media is the worst thing because they don't have any awareness, especially about the situation, about the condition that they get into, right? Because it is the fact that a point has come where we have to realize what is a news making process, because a news making process goes through different processes, right? A news can't be a news without being checked and rechecked and again confirmed, and then only it comes out. Then how come all these mistakes are happening? The YouTubers, they say anything and everything for the views. So there has been a lot of debate that is going on, but the things are at surface level. The values is what is needed, and I think if any organization is there, I believe we need to bring in these media organizations and give them the values. Values is very important. If values are not there, like these random things, they understand the thing, but still, it's like news making process has gone into the whole, dived into the business perspective. So they just took,
It's sensational.
right,
Because like what is
sensational news, right? People do look in, right, and they don't verify. They just like get the news and they publish it.
Sometimes use a clickbait.
Clickbait, yeah, clickbait.
You make also a really good point about the accidentally famous women, right? Women who are community leaders or women who are like who find themselves sort of.
And they come
when
up,
they're
right?
not politicians. They didn't walk in the front door and know they would be entering the arena. They were just living their lives. And
issues in the intersection of all of this. What is misinformation? What is information? We need to define this in our laws too.
Right.
Because it's not clear. If we have a new decree, presidential decree about like cyber crimes that say misinformation, but there is a whole controversial thing in Tunisia now because people are afraid it's going to be used to limit the freedom of speech.
Right.
Because there is no definition of what is misinformation. So whoever is going to apply this law needs to interpret it the way
So true, so true.
you think it is. Also, there's a fact-checking issue after you
there's
define
also the question of should governments be really
Right.
involved in
Right.
moderation?
Right.
It should be civil
Right.
society.
Right. That's a problem. If they come in, there's this whole regulated thing. If they don't look at the random things that are happening, it's the civil society is like in the middle.
So we work with a civil society organization that does a lot of fact-checking around elections times, around COVID, and they're moving into a gender campaign for next year. But they work with government in quite useful ways. So during COVID, they would work with the Ministry of Health to say, we received all of these tweets, all of these posts.
Sorry, we need to return. So please choose one of the group to present us what you discuss.
Tá com frio? Quer? Muito bom.
Can I? So I think I can start to sum what we debated in our group. And I need to say that I'm sad because the discussion was so rich and the time finished fast. But The first thing that appeared in my group was the fact that political gender-based violence and the number of women in the parliament and other public sphere is very related, because this social phenomenon limits the presence of women. So we discussed about different women that are targeted to political gender violence, not just politicians, but also activists, journalists, and the attempt is to direct these questions in legislations, but it's not enough, because we comprehended that it's not a thing related just to online environment, but all society. So fact-checking, for example, okay, it's a good thing, but it's not enough, because we have more challenges. And the education appeared in our group as a crucial, essential tool, because sometimes people know what is fake news, what is disinformation, but they decide to believe in the things that make sense in the religion, in the groups that they are. So it's a huge issue to address, and I think um, it was it. I don't know if you want to complement something.
Is this working now? Hi. So just one final compliment, something that I would like to add is that thank you so much for summarizing, is that I feel like big tech and algorithms should always be considered as a big part of the equation. These companies are huge companies. They are multi-billion dollar, and they have all kind of human resource, technical expertise, and any kind of capacity to end hate, identify, find the nuances in languages, hire people from different countries. And there's a financial motive. Hate speech and misinformation is making money. It is helping people, it's motivating people to be online and get attention. And once we remember that these big companies are actually behind all of this hate speech, then we can kind of push forward for, just like you said, platform accountability. So that's something I would like to highlight.
Thank you. Maybe the group this side.
In our group, we were mostly sharing experiences, and I thank everyone for sharing their experiences. So we were speaking of how different local contexts really play out in developing the narratives that sustain gender disinformation. So we're speaking of Sri Lanka, Uganda, Brazil, Ethiopia, and we even had an example of someone who works with fact-checking in our group, and because of being a woman, has been targeted with hate and insults. And this is something that we were speaking about a lot, about the work of working with disinformation and being a woman and having to face those narratives too. But I don't know if someone else wants to add, but I think the thing about the local culture narratives playing a role was mostly of what we discussed. We didn't really get to discuss platforms or solutions. We were really involved in getting the stories. Anything else? Thank you, group, for sharing.
Thank you, Mariana. You?
We have done pretty much the same. We share experiences. We had in our group Brazil, Ghana, Germany, and you're from Germany too. So is this. And we are talking about our problems in our countries, the solutions, and the effectiveness of the strategies. We pretty much share and try to learn a bit more about the differences and the things in common we have in our cultures and our societies. It's pretty much this. Yes. If anyone want to share more.
Thank you so much for sharing. Maybe to add on some of the like entry points for action that we've been discussing was to think about alliance building and organizing amongst journalists, civil society actors, and activists, and also politicians to tackle this issue, because oftentimes legislation also takes a lot of time. Another point has been raising awareness amongst police officers, because persecution also needs people who actually follow up on that case. And another point has been mentioned before by other groups already, is the point of biased algorithms and AI, and how to unbias basically the algorithms that are supposed to detect. Thank you.
Next, please. Thank you.
I think I'll do a quick summary and then all of you can definitely add on. So it's been a great group here. They've had wonderful insights to bring and also really effective solutions. So just summarizing quickly, in Tunisia, a lot of women candidates are targeted, especially on the basis of their gendered roles. But it's very interesting because they already have an online gender-based law, but political violence is a specific category that's now been adopted. So a lot of trainings are required, a lot of SOPs are required, as you had mentioned. But again, it's the victim-perpetrator binary that's being reperpetuated again in law. So again, you have to take the trolls to court, basically, or whoever is harassing you to court. In Kenya, especially during the election period, there's a lot of disinformation campaign. Creating awareness through multi-stakeholder capacities like KitkaNet is one of the solutions that has actually been working. Different forms of violence are there on the internet, but it's important to understand the sort of post-trauma experience of the women who sort of face this dichotomy where they lose, but they're also trolled. So online gender-based violence and disinformation campaigns are a reflection of the patriarchy that's being perpetuated in the country. So that's very important to understand. Again, countries like Kenya and India don't have a legal basis, don't have a law to actually address this. So that's also a big gap. And judicial training is something that I think we all agree across the board. So that is also a point, that is a good solution that's required. In Maldives especially, misinformation is quite normalized like in most South Asian nations, and women don't really engage or talk about it. But it's interesting how the factors include language attacks, like for not knowing a specific regional dialect or regional language for that matter. But at the same time, it's important to understand how languages play a big role, because you sort of bypass the artificial intelligence and trolls still perpetuate the sort of violence online. It's also an interesting fact that all politicians, regardless of how high they are in the political spectrum or position, face very similar forms of violence. And media awareness and community building is a very good solution that's actually being implemented. Some good practices in Kenya that also have been mentioned include early reporting as an individual, because there's this group called Kenyans on Twitter. Sorry, it's just so good. I just want to finish it. Just 1 minute and then we're off. So they have this thing called Kenyans on Twitter, where they've been invoking expertise on social media monitoring and sort of speaking to social media platforms that way. And in for instance, it's important that we look into platforms that have risk governance processes, and also look at tackling the governance aspect of disinformation, which also includes the way DSA has been functioning on a participatory element. And in Germany, for instance, there were even though the cases were taken to court, the campaigns that came with it actually put the issue into the forefront, which was quite important. Just two last points. One is in Nepal, again, South Asian perspectives where no one really cares about the issue, but it's important to note that the emotional trauma to actually bring about the issue is again visible, and resources are also low to come forth, because if you really want to come forward and bring up this issue, it's a lot of toll on the woman especially. And misinformation and disinformation must be defined in our laws, and it's also interesting to note that you have to actually tie it up with freedom of speech and expression, and this is across all jurisdictions. Fact checking is a big issue, but South Africa has a very great solution, and I end with this, which is that they have this, she's actually been working on it. There's a platform run by civil society where users can actually come and upload the sort of gender disinformation, online violence issues that are there, and there's an expert panel that reviews it, and there's a recommendation made, and it's taken back to the tech company, which brings me back to a bigger question, which is, how involved should government be, and how much more involved should civil society actually be? There's a requirement in the second half. So it was a very great discussion.
I can't see. We need to finish because the other session will start, but I really appreciate for sharing with you and listen to different perspectives, different countries in Global South. So thank you, and I hope that the session provides you some contacts and we can do comparisons in the next months. Thank you.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much for joining us here today for this mega forum of the world of the internet. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to His Excellency the Prime Minister, who is a great advocate of digital transformation and the world of cyber evolution in Ethiopia. And Ethiopia is hugely proud to be the host of the 17th edition of the IGF. And the third country on the African soil since its maiden launch in 2006. This year's grand hybrid gathering is underway under the overarching theme, Resilient Internet for a Shared, Sustainable and Common Future, happening here in Addis Ababa, the diplomatic seat of the African continent, from the 28th of November to the 2nd of December 2022. To our international delegates, a very welcome to the vibrant Addis Ababa. Ladies and gentlemen, this global multi-stakeholder platform is a historic event for the host nation of over 120 million people, most of whom are young men and women. Ethiopia, as a country, has demonstrated its commitment to the same goal by developing its own national digital strategy known as Digital Ethiopia 2025, with the motto, Digital Strategy for Inclusive Prosperity of Ethiopia. Ethiopia has also taken other enormous steps in pertinent areas such as liberalizing its telecom sector and drafting a data privacy policy soon to be approved by the Supreme Legislative Body, just to mention a few. Your Excellency the Prime Minister, the 17th annual IGF is being hosted in a fully hybrid format with the aim of accommodating the participation of stakeholders present on site in Addis Ababa or participating online in an equitable manner. This year's IGF is underway on a unique digital platform where meeting discussions are taking place in an equal manner for all participants, regardless of whether they connect from the venue or any other part of the world. The program of the forum has been developed around 5 themes: connecting all people and safeguarding human rights, avoiding internet fragmentation, governing data and protecting privacy, enabling safety, security and accountability, and addressing advanced technologies, including AI. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the 17th meeting of the Internet Governance Forum, and it's now my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Antonio M. Pedro, Acting Executive Secretary of UNECA, to give a welcoming address.
are enough to produce more than just reflections. We need to see tangible, pragmatic, and implementable proposals to ensure we create the resilient, safe, and inclusive global community we all want. I commit to review the duration of this forum and wish you all a successful 17th edition of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum. Have
changing power, the life-changing power of education in the hands of all. We can empower the socially science, engineering, agriculture, and more. Ladies and gentlemen, it's clear that we will never attain the SDGs, those 17 SDGs, without the power of ICTs. And so as we approach the 2030 target, let me ask you, how will futures if we fail to use the tools, if we fail to use the tools that are so readily available to build a better future for all? Last year at this conference, I urged us to embrace the theme of Internet United and to think about our digital future as one community. The recent I2 Plenipotentiary Conference, in the same vein, urged us to connect and unite. This is what the Global Digital Compact aspires to do. With its global reach and mandate, the United Nations is the right place to come together and to forge a shared vision for our digital future. And as the UN Agency for Digital Technologies, ITU, with its unique membership of governments, private sector, civil society, can mobilize the broader digital community and help to bring all voices to the table. Our collaborative culture and the relationships that we've established are all resources that the UN family can draw upon to deliver universal, affordable, meaningful, and resilient connectivity for all. And of course, a durable global digital compact that delivers on this vision. Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you were present at the WISNES, at the tuna space of the WISNES? You see at least one of them right here, good sir. Others, one in the back. My friend from Turkey as well. And I know many others, I think, that are following online, whether we're also there. It was there that at least I remember the spirit of optimism that was demonstrated, the international goodwill that really characterized the summit. And of course now, 20 years later, we find ourselves at another inflection point. The networks and services that we shaped collectively through digital cooperation are now, in turn, reshaping our world. We have a duty to future generations to guide that evolution and to ensure that the outcomes are beneficial and not destructive, so that people are empowered by the positive potential of technology rather than cowered by its dark side.
network and reciprocity. UNESCO has been very much involved in IGF since its start. UNESCO has even hosted the 2018 edition of IGF at its Paris headquarters. We continue our work therefore with the IGF stakeholders, including through our internet gratitude for the generosity of our hosts, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and equally great appreciation for Chengetai Masango and his IGF Secretariat, and the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group under the leadership of Paul Mitchell for their dedicated organization of this 17th Annual Internet Governance Forum. The leadership panel acknowledges the charge from the UN Secretary General Guterres to engage productively with the MAG, the participants of the annual IGF, and with the participants of national and regional IGFs. Our aim is to amplify and facilitate the exposure of IGF outputs to other bodies relevant to the health and function of the Internet and the ecosystem which it has created. The challenge before us is to realize the demonstrated and potential benefits of the Internet now that we know that it can be both a productive environment and one in which material harms can be perpetrated. The world is looking at the IGF, its leadership panel, its MAG, and the IGF participants to throw light in dark corners and highlight paths to successful use of the Internet for all of the world's internauts in the countries in which they live. We now know that among other important properties, accountability and agency are primary desiderata in the Internet ecosystem. Our job is to articulate what are the desirable properties of that system: safety, security, privacy, utility, accessibility in both senses of the word, affordability, resilience, operational sustainability, adaptability, and many more that I'm sure you can add. You will hear those words repeatedly in this conference, and you already have heard them several times this afternoon. Since the first World Summit on the Information Society, we have collectively admired the Internet's problems and its beneficial possibilities, and we have described them in some detail. It's time to start taking concrete steps to realize the system that we collectively want. To that end, in support of others working on digital cooperation and the Global Digital Compact, such as the UN Secretary General's Tech Envoy, the leadership panel is committed to offering concrete examples of actions that can lead to improvement in today's Internet and more generally, the digital environment. I hope that the world of 2045 will look back at the work we've undertaken and be grateful for the work we do this week and in the years ahead.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, please, this is a brief announcement. If you are a moderator for this particular session, you have to be on these seats. So please, if you are a moderator and you're in the hall, please come this way. Thank you.
Okay, I guess, are we all set to start? Just checking if the tag is functioning. Maybe someone also from the Zoom can give a sign if they can hear me. I don't think that they can hear or see us so far. Oh, okay, I think, okay, Deborah just gave me a sign. You can hear me? Okay, perfect. Then, okay, then we can start. Nice to have you all here on site and online as well. We're happy to have our workshop about online gender violence with you. And I don't really want to say that much. I will just hand over to David, who's our moderator, and he's with us online. So yeah, let's give it up for David.
Thank you very much.
We can't hear David yet. David, please wait. We are still trying to get the tag so we can hear you.
From the USB stick.
Okay, just to give you also on Zoom a bit feedback, we still can't hear you, so we're still figuring this out, and just wait a second and then we can start.
Everyone in the
Okay, we can hear you now, so you can just start right in. No, we can't play it. It's on a flash that doesn't work apparently on the from here. But maybe we can try a screen share. If someone can make me the host, I can try to do that. Okay, I'm going to try. Should we start with the video? Oh, what is okay?
Well, let me just do an introduction, and then we'll come to you, and we'll cross the technical bridge when we get to it. In the room. Right, I am CEO of the UK charity SWGFL, a director of the UK Safe Internet Centre, and really here representing the European InSafe network alongside my colleagues Sabrina, Sophia, Deborah, and Evangelia as well. So between us, we should be moderating this session, both in terms of online and Catherine from the room as well. So we have a stellar lineup for everyone too. We will shortly hear from Roberta Massola, as long as we can get the video clip shared. Then we will hear as well too from Emmanuel, who has joined us online, and then we'll turn to Catherine, who's actually in the room with you. Nigat Dad from Digital Rights will then give us a contribution, and then Cindy Southworth from Meta will give her opening remarks. And so everyone will have sort of 5 minutes just to set the scene from their particular perspective before we launch into a couple of questions for the panel, which I have. And then we will open it to everyone online, and indeed questions from the room as well. So that's the sort of program and how we're aiming to present this particular session as well. So do please think up some of those questions. Like I say, it's an amazing panel that we have in this particular subject. And so in terms of the introduction to the workshop, all about online gender violence, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So just by introduction for me, so like I say, I'm David Wright. I'm Chief Exec of a charity in the UK. And one of the things, and this is really my perspective here, is since 2015, we launched what is the Revenge Porn Helpline in the UK. So in that context, we support victims of victims or adults who are victims of non-consensual intimate image abuse. And predominantly since it started, we disproportionately support women as opposed to men. So just in terms of some of the numbers that are associated with that. So back in 2019, we have seen an escalator over the last couple of years, an escalator in terms of calls. So cases in 2019 totaled some 1,700. That rose to over 3,200 in 2020, rising to over 4,400 2021. Last year, we supported 75% of those were indeed cases relating to women. When we do support men, on average, each case contains 0.2 images per case. But conversely, when we support women, each case on average has a significant gender imbalance. And so it's based in the team responding and getting content taken down. It's a very practical helpline. Although I would add, revenge porn is a terrible title which we don't like, but it endures because that's how we know when people search for the help that we provide, the help that the support service provides. That's what people search for, and that's how they find us. So that's why the title endures. Non-consensual intimate image abuse is exactly much more descriptive and precise around the particular subject. We have just gone through removal of 300,000. Threat is equally a significant issue that we deal with from a UK perspective. And so we'll get on to hear about an amazing platform, stopnci.org, which I'm sure Cindy is going to give us some insights to, which is launched about a year ago and actually prevents people sharing your intimate images online. But more about that later on. Again, it is great to see. Perhaps it's taken quite a while, but it's good to see the world awakening to this particular subject as well. We've over the course of the last year seen some good progress from a policy perspective. We saw, which we'll hear shortly from Roberta Massola, around strategy and direction to do with policy across the European Union. We've seen the White House launch in June oh dear, I've got a little bit of a poor connection. Hopefully it's okay now. We saw the White House launch a task force around gender online violence in June. We've seen the G7 governments have a real focus on this particular subject as well. And so that really does introduce us to the floor to hear from Roberto, which Catherine, if I can turn to you now, if you are able to share the video clip, the recording that Roberta has shared with us. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we can't hear the sound so far. I try my best to get this started. Okay.
More severe cases of right-out, sustained, aggressive online abuse, the more insidious process of name-calling and belittling has come to characterize how many experience discourse.
Okay, I think we can hear her but not see her so far, so I don't know how we can fix this, but maybe you can just hear closely and maybe only see the standing picture, so we won't be that delayed anymore.
Societal problem. We cannot ignore either that women and girls are disproportionately victimized online. A 2016 United Nations study found that gender-based violence is closely linked to power imbalances between women.
Okay, maybe we can just oh, wow, switch off the microphone in front and I just hold my microphone to my laptop and then maybe it will work better, if that's somehow fine. No? Because we hear everything a bit doubled.
Oh, okay. We can hear it fine online, Catherine. But if it's easy for you in the room, then please do so.
Okay, I'll just start from the beginning again, and then we will see what's happening.
Many experience discourse online. We cannot ignore that there is a real modern-day societal problem. We cannot ignore either that women and girls are disproportionately victimized online. A 2016 United Nations study found that gender-based violence is closely linked to power imbalances between women and men and harmful expressions of masculinities. The scale of the problem is not sufficiently discussed, and therefore victims find it very difficult to obtain support. Remember those stories of rape victims getting the blame because their skirt was too short, adding insult to injury with the preposterous suggestion that rape was the victim's fault. Well, the same thing is happening online. To give you one example, when photos are leaked without consent, comments such as, she shouldn't have got naked in front of the camera, persist, putting the blame on the girl. Without addressing the real issue, a person receiving such private content has no right whatsoever to share it with others. And beyond insult and injury, what happens then is that victims start believing this false narrative. They blame themselves. And worse still, the negative backlash comes from both the victim's male and female peers. We are seeing case after case of image-based sexual abuse across the EU, particularly among girls and people from the LGBTI community, who are blackmailed, bullied and tormented because their private photos and videos are shared without their permission, leaving them little or no recourse. This is unacceptable. This is when online gender violence becomes a much broader societal issue of discrimination and violation of human rights. The European Parliament has always called for EU-wide measures to counter violence against women and the LGBTIQ community. Prevention, protection and prosecution. Those are the three main elements to counter online gender violence. We have welcomed this year's European Commission's directive proposal that will criminalize, among other, cyber violence, including non-consensual sharing of intimate images, cyber stalking, cyber harassment, and cyber incitement to violence or hatred. And I am pleased to tell you that the European Parliament will be voting on this important piece of legislation in the coming weeks. So expect change here in the near future. Finally, let me express my gratitude to this Internet Governance Forum for the work you are doing to bring gender equality one step further. I thank you for having me.
Catherine, thank you very much for sharing that. And hopefully people got to see, or at least hear from Roberta. So I should have done a full introduction in terms of Roberta Metsola, who is the president of the European Parliament. So speaks with great authority, and it's wonderful to have her contribution to this workshop. Really, I think emphasising the importance of the priority that is being applied to this. Exactly what I said earlier on. We're starting very much to see international organisations waking up to this particular subject as well. So we thank Roberta very much for that contribution, the opening remarks. I'm going to turn now to Emmanuel. If I can give the floor to you for your opening remarks, again, sort of no more than 5 minutes, that would be wonderful. Emmanuel, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, David. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Just a short
everyone,
intervention. Maybe, David, you can stop your screen sharing. Oh, okay, you just did.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Depending on where you're connecting from. Just as David introduced, I'm called Emmanuel Nikora. I work for the IT regional office for Africa, and I'm based in the ITU area office for West Africa in Dakar, Senegal. Thank you so much for having me. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Online gender violence is becoming a driver, has become a driver for gender inequality in internet access. As we all know, we are increasingly communicating online, and the situation related to COVID-19 has actually further directed us towards the internet and the use of digital tools. There's no doubt that digital space is significant for women and the girls. While digital space presents great opportunities for learning and networking, sadly, the digital space is not equally safe for women and men. Unfortunately, the misuse of technology for violence is also becoming our reality. In sheer numbers, women and girls remain disproportionately the primary targets for gender-based violence. And digital technologies have actually simplified well-known abusive behaviors such as stalking by providing convenient tools for abusers to access their targets. Unlike the physical violence, which requires people to be in the same place, technology-facilitated violence can happen across geographical locations, with abusers being able to access their victims even when they are not in close physical proximity. This leads us to a question: is the internet safe? Is the internet a safe place for women? Because women are considerably more likely to be victims of repeated and severe forms of harmful actions online and with the help of technology. Online gender-based violence isolates women and reaffirms the patriarchal norms that tend to silence women and girls and limit their freedom. This in turn extends the gender inequality into all spaces, leaving women with few places to turn to for support virtually and in reality. The inventor of the internet, Tim Berners-Lee, stated in 2020 that the web is not working for women and girls. And according to statistics from PAN International's annual State of the World's Girls report, which is based on the research conducted across 21 countries with over 14,000 girls and young women, 80% of girls surveyed have experienced online harassment. 50% of girls said they face more online harassment, actually more than street harassment. 42% of girls and young women experiencing online harassment reported feeling mental and emotional distress. Of the girls who were harassed, 47% were treated with physical or sexual violence. Today, the internet is being used in a broader environment of widespread discrimination and the systematic structural inequalities, which frames women and girls' access to and the use of internet and other ICT tools. To bridge the gender digital divide, all stakeholders need to consider and address online gender violence and safety threats at regional and global levels, according to the areas of responsibility and perspective. Combating online gender violence is a collaborative need to have a collaborative approach. There's no one single stakeholder that can address it on her own. But despite these discouraging trends, there's more proof than ever that online violence against women and girls is preventable. Evidence shows that the single most important driver of policy change is a strong movement and activism to end the violence against women and girls, making feminist mobilization in the face of anti-rights backlash. At ITU, the Equals Access Coalition, a global partnership to bridge the digital gender divide, recognizes that while the internet can give women access to information in the life enhancing services and opportunities, online gender-based violence and the safety concerns around the internet are an important driver of gender inequality in access to technologies and the internet. In commemoration of the International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women, the members of the Equals Access Coalition, a coalition led by ITU, have developed a repository of useful resources to address the women and girls' safety concerns and bridge the digital gender divide. Those resources can be found online. Secondly, to contribute to the creation of a society that does not tolerate violence against women, the ITU has launched a child online protection initiative that was launched back in November 2008 as a multi-stakeholder effort with the global cybersecurity agenda framework. So this initiative brings together partners from across all global community to promote awareness of child safety in the online world. As a part of this initiative, in 2020, ITU published a set of child online protection guidelines for 4 groups: children, parents, educators, industry, and the policymakers. In September this year, 2022, in partnership with the National Security Authority, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the ITU and partners launched a set of online self-paced training on child online protection geared towards the following target groups: parents, educators, policymakers, ICT industry, and children themselves, aged 9 to 12, 13 to 18. ITU has also conducted with partners face-to-face training on cybersecurity and online safety training for the youth aged 15 and 25. We all know that there are also other international efforts to combat this online gender violence. Colleagues, we have spoken to that, the Budapest Convention and Cybercrime and Istanbul Convention. Just to end my remarks is that at ITU we take this issue seriously, and we have efforts such as I've already mentioned EQUA's effort to provide resources that can be used to protect against online gender violence. We have also that child online protection initiative and the guidelines and the different trainings and the resources to build capacity have been developed. So thank you so much for having me, and back to you, David.
Emmanuel, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, and the great work that the ITU does in this space too. So it's wonderful that we rightly give you the opportunity to share that amazing work, that particularly the Child Online Protection Guidelines from the 2020 revisions that we saw. So I'm now going to, Catherine, I'm going to hand it over to you actually in the room at the IGF for your opening remarks. And I should add for everyone's benefit as well. So Catherine joins us representing the youth IGF too. But Catherine, if you can introduce yourself too, the floor is indeed yours.
Sure, I can do that. You all heard me talking a lot so far, but now it's on the subject, I guess. So David already introduced me. I'm Catherine. I'm from Germany, and I've been like a big youth ambassador for some years now, I guess almost 10 years. So still working with a lot of great young people, kind of as maybe a mentor role or something. And yeah, I'm really happy that we can do this workshop and that you are all really interested in this theme, because that's something which is really, which is really annoying to me, because I see online gender violence a lot, and it's really frustrating that especially girls are being targeted online just for being young and female. I mean, we have all those gender injustices all around the world, in like every part of our living, but I think it's especially visible online. And the sad truth is that discrimination and hate speech is really pushing a lot of young women and girls like out of internet spaces, and I guess that's something we want to tackle, and that's because I'm really looking forward to later hear all maybe your ideas on how to do that, and how you, I don't know, create movements and resistance to that, to show all the people who are harassing young girls online that we won't accept this development. And so really interesting to see and hear from you. Thanks. Back to David, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And so I'm just now going to pass the floor over to Nigat. If you're able to make your contribution, Nigat, the floor is in. If you can please as well introduce yourself and the extraordinary work that you do. Nigat, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, David. I hope everyone can hear me. If my connection is patchy, please know I am speaking from Pakistan, where we all of us do get unequal access to good internet. But anyways, thanks for organizing this panel, David. I think the topic has always been very close to my heart. I have been working on online gender-based violence for the last 1 decade, and a lot has been said why this issue is very important, why it's problematic, how young women and girls around the world have been facing this issue. It's probably very complicated and tricky in conservative societies where women are already facing a lot of oppression and patriarchy in the offline spaces, and now the same patriarchy has translated into the online space. I'll be talking about some of the solutions and how we have dealt with the problem over the years. And I think, and we can talk about challenges as well, but I think for me, it's very important to see how looking into different context, how we can sort of address this challenge in our own jurisdictions, in our own context. So in Pakistan, while interacting with young women and girls, so I basically run Digital Rights Foundation, which is an organization working on digital rights. And one of the primary works that we basically do is addressing online gender-based violence. So while interacting with young women and girls for different training sessions over the years around digital literacy or online safety, we at Digital Rights Foundation realized that the helplessness that the young woman felt while enduring online harassment. And what made it really more heartbreaking for me and my team was that they felt that they had to go through it alone, without any support from their friends and family, because of the taboo attached with having an online presence, and especially sharing your pictures online, or reclaiming your agency online. So we, as an organization, identified that the major problem is the lack of awareness around the remedies available to them, or resources available to them, or what are the legal sort of solutions they have. So what we did, we decided, and we were so burned out, like looking in, like listening to them and really finding no solution. So we decided to take matters into our own hands back in 2016, and took an initiative and established the cyber harassment helpline, which was the first Pakistan's helpline of its own kind, actually region's first own cyber harassment helpline. And in fact, at the end of this month, basically tomorrow, we will have completed 6 years at the helpline. And in this time frame, in last 6 years, we have received more than 13,000 cases from all over Pakistan, and some from other countries as well, because helpline is not only available on a call. We are available through our social media and through our emails as well. So on average, 68 to 70% of the cases we receive are from women, while 1% are from trans folks. That's around 9,000 women who have approached the helpline so far. But because most people find out about the helpline through word of mouth, and there's still a stigma attached with talking about occupying online spaces in our part of the region, the actual number of women who face abuse and harassment online is much bigger in this country. So what are we actually trying to achieve through the helpline? To actually make women and girls safer more online, and making them more confident and educated about how to protect themselves online. So what are the preventive measures that they can do, and telling them what are their rights, when their rights are breached in the online spaces. We do this by providing digital security knowledge through calls or through trainings, legal advice, and mental health support, because a lot of women, when they face harassment, there's so much the toll that it takes on their mental health, and they usually do not talk about it. So our aim is to equip them with sufficient knowledge for them to make an informed decision. And again, through the helpline, we are trying to bring to action one possible answer to the question that has been posed to us, which is how we can collectively achieve our responsibility to ensure the equal participation of women and girls in online spaces safely and securely, and where they assume that their safety is paramount. But of course, we cannot do this alone. So the important word is to, like how collectively, like we are discussing it here, like multiple stakeholders can take actions: the government, the law enforcement, the judiciary, the lawyers, civil society, academia. Definitely all stakeholders need to be fully involved and committed to this cause. Civil societies, helplines cannot do this alone. But it is also important for the tech companies, and I'm glad that the Meta's representative is here to talk about the initiative that they have taken. But it's important for them to also take a responsibility and to keep in mind that what is online violence and abuse for women and girls in one part of the world may not be considered as such in other parts of the world. And several companies, while working with them, we have escalation channels with them. They now do understand that there is cultural and societal nuances while developing policies and deciding enforcement standards. I think it's talking from experience. This is a problem area where we are dealing with right now at the helpline is basically, certain intimate images that are uploaded on the internet with the intention of blackmailing, threatening, ruining the reputation of women in Pakistan. Those images do not necessarily fit the definition of intimate images as outlined by the companies based in the US, or maybe, the same doesn't apply in Europe or in Western democracies. So I think this is something that we can also unpack in our conversation later. But I really would like to, thank the initiatives like Stop NCII .org, but also Revenge Porn Helpline. We are not only working in Pakistan, but with the collaboration with these initiatives, we are also addressing people who are reaching out to us from those jurisdictions. The parent company of Pornhub, for instance, has also used the hash technology to detect intimate image abuse and remove videos from their platform. So I think that there are initiatives that are happening and some solutions that are sort of, people are using that according to their own context. But I think this is a larger problem, and we need to collectively see how we can address this problem globally, but also, contextually in our own jurisdictions as well. Over to you, David.
Nagat, thank you ever so much for that. Very powerful words, and so much respect for the work that you and the team do there and have done, as you say, for 6 years. There are with what 13,000 cases is extraordinary work. So we benefit from your insight and your leadership in this context too. And as you mentioned, as we move on to onto the next contribution, we have the opportunity to hearing from Cindy from Meta in terms of the work that both Meta does, but also the extraordinary work that Cindy has done over the course of her career as well. So, Cindy, if I can hand it over to you. Early doors it is in the US at the moment. So thank you as much too for getting up so early to join us.
Absolutely. Thank you, David. And it is a pleasure to be here with longtime friends and activists. Nagat, it's always great to share a panel with you. And I miss being in person with fellow activists. I come to this work as the head of women's safety at Meta, but I spent 30 years as an advocate and activist working to end gender-based violence in local shelters, running helplines, and then working at the local, state, national, and then international level. And so I speak to you both as a fellow activist that is now working inside a company. I believe we should have activists everywhere. They're not limited to one space. And what I want to do just briefly is sort of anchor the work that I do broadly, and then talk a little bit about the work that we're doing that Nagat mentioned and referenced, and that David is a little bit stuck as the facilitator. It's hard for him to talk about Stop NCII as deeply as he might want to because he's in facilitator mode. But in my role on the safety policy team at Meta, I address safety in a myriad of ways. And I come to this having served on the safety advisory board at Facebook, now Meta, for 10 years before I joined the company. And so I saw firsthand some of the work that was happening, and I wanted to become part of that and continue it. And it's fun to actually work on projects that I advised on and now I'm responsible for. But the way that we address safety and work to end gender-based violence online and offline is sort of a comprehensive approach. And we do it through partnerships with about 850 safety organizations around the world, activists, academics, researchers, NGOs, and about half of those are women's safety partners. We also do it through policies. And as Nagat mentioned, we're constantly striving to figure out that right balance to make sure that we have one global set of policies, but how do we take into account the cultural and context and nuance that may differ slightly country to country. So those community standards or policies are the other piece, and I work heavily on those. Our tools, and that's two different pieces of tools, actually three really. One is user controls, where one of the things we find is what I may find offensive or someone else may find offensive may differ based on context. And so I was talking to a para-Olympian, badass swimmer, and she said one of the things people use to attack her is they refer to her, they tell her she should be in the kitchen instead of being this incredible athlete. And they use kitchen emojis in her comments and on her Instagram page. And obviously, as a company, as Meta, we can't ban all mentions of kitchens and all mentions of, uses of food emojis and otherwise, like every time I post about what I've made or something I've baked would be problematic. But having like keyword filters, somebody who never wants the mention of kitchen or food emojis can be used through the keyword filter. So those tools can be used in really creative ways when we have creative perpetrators who implement gender-based violence in really unfortunate ways because they get around a lot of our tools. So there's those types of tools. And then there's also machine learning, where we're trying to get better and better at identifying hate speech in all the languages and ideally take it down before anyone even sees it or reports it to us. And we report on those metrics in our community standards enforcement report. And you'll see over time that our bullying and harassment is improving, our hate speech is improving. So our proactive reporting and our proactive detection is getting better. In my world, we would never have to wait for someone to report things, but obviously contextual offensive are harder for us to catch because we just don't know all the background. So those two different types of tools. And the third that I mentioned is the one that I'll talk about briefly, is tools we create in partnership with NGOs such as stopncii.org, where somebody can proactively create a hash to prevent their intimate images from being used as a weapon against them. And I'll talk about that in just a moment. The sort of fourth bucket is resources. We've created a lot of safety guides with NGO partners around the world to help people navigate our platforms and use all these things I'm talking about, because having been a victim advocate, it's really hard when you're in crisis to navigate all these resources, and it's important to have them, but it's hard to know which one to use and when. So we're trying to make them more and more intuitive, upsell them at the right point. But then we also do a lot of work with LGBTQ partners, women's safety partners, and those types of groups to make them really intuitive and easy to find. And then lastly, it's our feedback loop. And so it's groups and conversations like this one today. We've just recently concluded a series of women's safety roundtables around the world where we talked to over 350 women's safety organizations to hear what they like that we're doing, and then also where they want us to continue striving, tools they'd like to see us implement, policy changes they'd like to see us consider. And so that feedback loop is vital for us to keep the conversation going. And so with that, I just briefly wanted to mention Stop NCII because it's coming up on a year anniversary. You'll hear more about that later in this week. But for those that don't know about it, you can report on all the platforms, all the tech companies let you pretty much report an intimate image, a video or photo, and have it removed. But one of the things that we've heard over and over from NGOs, nonprofits, and survivors is that that doesn't help them rest easy. They can't sleep at night. They're worried they're going to lose their job. They're worried their family's going to see that image. They're really terrified. And so years ago, Meta worked with nonprofits, myself included, when I was in the nonprofit sector, to create preventative way to create a hash, a digital fingerprint, which is a series of letters and numbers to prevent an intimate image from being posted on Time, Facebook, and Instagram. But it was completely run by us, by Facebook. And so the limitations was it was really platform dependent. And so in December of 2021, we partnered with the Southwest Grid for Learning, which runs the UK Revenge Porn Helpline, with David and his colleagues, and launched stopncii.org with the vision that this could be a central hub working with NGOs all around the world, including the Digital Rights Foundation and so many more of you that are joining today, and almost now 80 around the world, to make sure that eventually other tech companies would be willing to sign on, and these hashes could be used by other companies to prevent these intimate images from being used to harm people. So it's a really exciting adventure. We're hoping to see more and more survivors take advantage of this tool to prevent intimate images from being weaponized. So I'm thrilled to join you today, and I'm going to turn it back over to David.
Cindy, thank you very much, and did Stop NCI proud. And I'm sure if there are any particular questions, we can answer, certainly answer some of those. So Opening remarks or complete. Like I said at the outset, now I'm just going to turn back to the panel with. Now there are two questions, but actual facts. I'm going to append one just to keep the panel on its toes and see how you react to the third question as well. Then we will open the floor both physically and virtually. So I want to hear questions, queries, challenges. From all of you in the room there, but also virtually on Zoom too. And so, Catherine, if you're able to collect, or when the time comes to collect questions from the room, and equally, Deborah, any questions that anyone has online, please do pop those in the chat box. We will then get to them. So. Certainly make a note in the room, and or if you can pop in the chat, questions that you want to ask as they occur to you, then we will get to it in the allotted slot. But I do just have a couple of questions that I'm going to, like I say, turn to the panel about, and really in no particular order, or indeed aimed at anyone particular. So the first question, which I would like responses from the panel. So, women and girls have a right to participate online equally and without fear of abuse or harassment. We all have a collective responsibility to resolve this. How do we go about achieving this? Who's wanting to respond first to that question?
Maybe I can start. I don't know how to raise the hand that you can see that, David. Okay, so
thank you, Catherine.
I think for me there are kind of like three pillars in which this could work. As a lawyer, of course, like the first thing always is like law enforcement, to get to the public prosecutors and stuff, and all those the whole criminal content being enforced. I think that's also something which is working quite well, but also I think we have to prevent this from the beginning, and I think that's something Cindy already tried to talk about. I mean, it's always like the platforms who can help so much by moderating the content, and yeah, it's kind of like a lot of stuff is in their power. Also, when we talk about law enforcement, to give like the law enforcement the names of the people and the IP addresses and stuff. So this has to work together, but also of course in prevention. And like the third thing is, I guess we have to empower women and girls. Maybe like a short question to the people I can see in the room. I don't know, who of you have been in contact with this, for example, on Instagram or TikTok or whatever, this movement of like this, the perfect woman or the perfect girl? Someone? No? Okay, maybe that's just, okay, Joao has been. so maybe it's a thing just in Portugal and Germany, I don't know. But okay, I can quickly explain. So there are like some young women and girls like talking about like their life, and yeah, just picturing that they are really perfect, but what they are showing is how they are perfect in, like their looks, what they do in a day. They get up really early in the morning, and then they do yoga and do all this great stuff throughout the day. I mean, it's great to do that, so don't get me wrong. But I think they like this tends to a lot of young girls especially, that they think they have to be like that. And a lot of the stuff which is presented there is kind of like in the way that like we as young women think we have to be, especially to appeal good to like men and boys. So I think that's also a really big problem. And if you then get all this negative feedback and all the hate and the violence online, I think this just is, yeah, those two things go together, and that's a really big problem. So I guess like the third thing is to empower all the young women and girls, that they give a shit about men saying stuff online, I guess.
Catherine, thank you very much. So those three pillars, as you say, kind of really important. And having started to draw some of the various activities that go on across the world, particularly looking at violence against women in terms of adults. So there's a lot of, quite rightly, there's a lot of protection and primary focused often on children. But there's often little provision which that affords women the same sorts of entitlement and right. And so those sort of three pillars, law enforcement, which actually is going to be my third question, Catherine, when I get onto it, as well as the role of industry and empowerment, the pressures that people feel to conform online, as you describe it rightly there. Anyone else wish to respond to that particular question? Again, about how we achieve the right to participate equally online without fear of abuse or harassment.
Yeah, David, I would like to respond to that very quickly. I think over the years, we have realized that since it's a complicated problem, so the solution should be multifold. It cannot be one solution to this problem. We really need to encourage local solutions addressing, different contexts, but also global solutions at the bigger scale, right? And so pushing companies, for instance, the global agenda around this. There are governments coming together addressing this. There's this one coalition that has just been formed by US, Canada, and some other countries, is specifically addressing online gender-based violence. So I think, governments, tech companies, different stakeholders are realizing that this is an important issue. And I think it's the great work of organizations, civil society, activists, people like yourself, helplines like ourselves. There's several people around the world who have been raising this and made it mainstream issue. Political will is something that is so important. I have seen people talking about this locally. Governments are talking about this all the time, but how much resources they are putting into addressing this issue, I think is a major question. There is so much focus on making laws. Yes, we need law, but at the same time, we have seen laws being interpreted in a wrong manner. So making law is not only a solution. How you are actually implementing that law and enabling environment for the law enforcement, for the judges, for lawyers who understand how to interpret that law and enforce it properly. I think that's really an important thing that we really need to focus on, that how much countries and member states, because it's UN IGF, so member states are willing to invest into this issue is a major question for me. Capacity building of judges is very important. Law is there, but then they don't really know how to, interpret that law in a progressive manner. The laws, and we have examples, living examples of such laws which are enacted in the name of protecting young women and girls in the online space. But the same law has been misused and weaponized against people, against activists, journalists. So I think we need to be very careful when we are looking into solutions. Are we looking at the both sides of the solutions, that how these can be weaponized, and how much willingness is there from the stakeholders? And I'll add to it, I'll respond to your other questions as well later, but this political will for me is the most pertinent and important thing at the moment.
David, can I jump in on that?
Of course, Cindy, please do.
As someone who ran a nonprofit for 30 years, I just want to say to anyone from a government, if you are speaking about how important these issues are and you are not prioritizing the funding of civil society to address online gender-based violence, you are failing. I desperately worried about how I was going to keep the projects that I was running and this incredible staff that worked at the National Network to End Domestic Violence employed to keep doing vital life-saving work. And I know Nigat and all the other civil society folks that are on this panel that are joining us today struggle every day with how do you keep the lights on and keep doing this work. And at Meta, we fund NGOs, but governments have to step up and also fund them. It's not just about changing the laws. You have to fund civil society. Civil society does not function if there are not funds coming in to keep them alive and keep them going. And so I call to tech companies to keep funding them, but I call to foundations and to governments to step up. It takes all of us to make this happen. And I see a lot of exciting movement right now of the online alliances coming together and talking about how we need data. There is phenomenal data. There has been so much research over the years, so much really good, solid research. We know what happens around online and in-person gender-based violence. So instead of spending that time and money on research, let's spend that time on funding civil society who have proven evidence-based solutions that just need funding to continue. And then if you're okay, I've got a question in the chat that I can pivot to that's on the same note around sexism and misogyny. Is that okay, David?
Yes, please, Cindy.
And I just couldn't answer it in the chat. It's really hard to like take down the patriarchy in a chat box. If I could, I would. I'm just not that skillful at 6 a.m. Eastern time. But the question is, what are we doing as a company to deal with sexism and misogyny on the platform? And one of the things that I was really excited about the opportunity to join Meta in my role is, in addition to all the tools and levers and policies that I talked about at the beginning, is really one of the opportunities I was excited was how can we use our platform to do major social change? And one of the reasons we know that violence against women exists in the world and all of the isms exist is they exist because they are allowed. They just sort of inherently continue, and they are perpetuated because they are not interrupted. And one of the ways you change social norms is to interrupt them and stop them and cause people to have an aha moment. And so one of the things that I'm really excited about is we did some internal research, and we saw that when you pop up a message to people when they are writing something offensive, and we say to people what you are typing, this comment has been considered offensive and may cause harm. 50% of the time when people saw that message, they either edited their comment or they deleted it. And like, that doesn't seem snazzy on like a social change standpoint, but that's interrupting behavior and causing people to stand back, take a moment, take a breath, think, and change their behavior. My internal social justice warrior is like, whoa, okay, we're doing something here. We're causing people to change their behavior. So for me, that gets me excited, and I want to do more of those types of things.
Cindy, thank you very much, and hopefully a great response to the question as well. And it does actually make me think. I'm going to go off a tangent just for a moment. And so, as you say, Cindy, a lot of research in this particular area. It makes me think of a review that occurred in the UK, which the Schools Inspectorate who was commissioned by the government in the UK to undertake a review of sexual abuse and sexual harassment in schools. It follows the publication of a website, Everyone's Invited, which invited particularly children to post what they refer to as anonymous testimonies, citing the abuse and the harassment that they experienced. Again, often citing the school or the university where that took place. And I mean, in its 2 years of operation, it today hosts some 50,000 testimonies describing that abuse or harassment that children, particularly girls, experience, and quite a lot of it online. That's what the Ofsted concluded too. Of a survey of 1,000 children in the UK, they concluded that children find sexual abuse and sexual harassment, quote, commonplace and normal. 90% of girls routinely receive unwanted sexual images. 74% of girls routinely receiving requests for intimate images. And so it is so normal and so common that they don't actually do anything about it. They merely just endure it. It's a cultural issue that we face. So I think that too encapsulates some of those points, Cindy, that you make too. And it's how we change that culture. Emmanuel, if I can come to you.
Thank you so much, David. I would also like to contribute to this very complex, topic, looking in the perspective of Africa. This online gender violence comes to add to already existing gender-based violences that we we see around Africa that are also not addressed at the moment. And I was thinking of how can this can be done, of course, at international organization level and other stakeholders. We try to do as much as we can. I think I would like to stress on the importance of that has been also mentioned on capacity, building capacity and the skills of girls and the women to protect themselves. Because we know there are also other issues of cultural aspect that comes in our societies, mostly especially in Africa, where the girls that they are already women, they are already experiencing other forms of gender violence that are already not addressed at the moment, and then adding also the complexity of online, and we don't see really much being done in terms of capacity. You know that even the governments have limited capacity in terms of technology to protect this gender or online gender violence. Limited capacity is there. So I think what we are doing at ITO is to come up with the guidelines, but also training, stress on the training the girls and the women, stressing the importance of privacy and safety online. So young women and girls must be educated on how to protect their privacy and ensure that they have well-developed security protocols to protect their information and account access. They should be capacitated to understand the cyber hygiene, which are a set of practices organizations and individuals perform regularly to maintain the integrity and the safety of users, just to make sure that they have the capacity to protect themselves, because of other issues, again, reporting the cases sometimes becomes an issue, and we know the limited capacity of some of our government that they don't have the capacity to go after this violence if there's no one that reported, because you need to report, then the problem can be pursued. Then these guys, they need to be trained. They also be somehow structural change. So they need to understand that they need to report these issues so that at least something can be done. Because I don't see really governments, because they have the law enforcement in our African context, they have so much to deal with. So that if there's no a report that comes and then someone reports, it's very hard for them to go after those abuses that are happening online. Just not because they don't want to, but because they have so many dealing with. So that brings me to the issue, to the again the important aspect of the country's government creating, establishing, setting up regulatory bodies, regulations that setting like an organization, a separate organization that's going to ensure that these issues are addressed. So there's not really one stakeholder that I can say that can address this complex issue, and in the context of Africa, where we are seeing a lot of things happening, and the governments having so many priorities. Yes, we talk about it in different conferences. We insist on doing on really giving this issue priority, because now especially after the COVID, much is being done online. Studies, running, and work is being done online. So that's where the violences are taking place, focusing again on women and girls. So there's no one solution for this, but I think I would like we need to emphasize on all stakeholders contributing to this, doing whatever you can in terms of capacity building, working with the government to put in place the policies, support the countries to implement the guidelines, working with the countries and other partners to work together to bring this challenge on a high table of discussion, because in the context of Africa, this is I can say it's a new trend, because we already have a lot of gender-based violences happening in our societies, in the physical world. that go unaddressed and unattended because, again, cultural dimensions, cultural perspectives, also limited the capacities of some of our governments, and a lot of intersection of issues that makes even the physical gender violence unaddressed. Now we are adding online gender-based violence that then the government don't have the capacity, technological capacity. So the importance of working with the civil society and other competent organizations, I think, is very important. But I think the steps are being taken, like the forum like this. Now we are discussing about the issue, and some of this issue are also affecting the women from underdeveloped countries, who are communities. Those are the high target of this gender violence because they don't have even the skills, the capacity to even report it to other challenging aspects. So thank you for bringing this topic on the agenda of the IGF. I think it's very important to talk about it, and every organization at ITU are taking this seriously. So much is being done on protecting the child by training educators, training parents, and also training focusing on girls and young women that are being educated to know how to protect themselves, but also play a part, because we need to support also our government to address these issues. Thank you so much. But it's a collective approach to go against this very serious online gender violence issue. Thank you.
Emmanuel, thank you. Thank you very much for that really important reminder. I'm really keen, though, we are a few minutes over, and keen to open the floor to give everyone the opportunity, particularly Catherine, those in the room, and also Deborah, if there's any more questions online that we have too. So if perhaps Catherine, if I turn to you first, if there are any particular questions or challenges or comments that we have from the floor in the room there.
Yeah, sure. Just give me a sign if you want to say something. Oh, okay. A lot of people. So maybe we start in front. Elisabeth.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me well. This is Elisabeth Schauermann speaking from the German Informatics Society. So I am coming from the point of view of a research-oriented nonprofit, and I want to come back to the point of there's enough research data available. We don't need more. We don't need to open up potentially more technical data. And I would like to challenge that, because I agree we know the extent of the problem, probably. But the extent of the problem, data on that will only get us so far in terms of awareness raising, which is important, I agree. But when we think about solutions, also coming from a technical point of view, I think civil society organizations are very interested in co-developing also technical solutions, or at least frameworks that then really rely on being able to access more in-depth data, research data, and platform data. So yeah, it's less of a question, more a statement, but I hope we can have a discussion on that.
Thank you very much. Are there any particular comments or observations? Any response? Okay. If there's anyone from the floor that wishes to respond from that one as well.
Okay, I don't see someone here who wants to respond, maybe from the panel. Okay, yeah, right next to Elisabeth.
Hello, I hope everyone can hear me. So I listened to you, and I'll say I quite agree with you. But then looking at it from another perspective, tackling gender-based violence online, when it comes to the perspective of artificial intelligence, I do not belong to the school of thought that we have enough data to train models that can actually fight these things in an automated way. So I believe that AI has the potential to tackle this issue. We most likely need to generate more data to train models that can adequately, with very minimal human supervision, tackle gender-based violence online. So it's a two-way thing, depending on your perspective you're looking at it from. But that's just what I think about generating more data concerning this. Thank you.
So yeah, the need for more data to train some of the emerging kind of AI models that might be able to identify to prevent or identify and potentially prevent as well. A good point, good contribution. Any other particular questions or comments?
Yes, there were some more raised hands in the room, but maybe first,
Please
does
do,
someone
Catherine.
want to also answer to that, or we can go on with like the next question? Okay, I saw there were some raised hands in the room. Maybe you can just raise your hand quickly again. Okay, yeah, then we start there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kito Shilongo. I'm from an organization called Research ICT Africa. I just thank you very much for the conversation, and I especially appreciated Emmanuel's comments about our patriarchal societies and the very sexist and misogynistic society that we live in. But I'm also very concerned about the language that we use, and I think that's a very important part of proactive policymaking. And throughout this whole conversation, we've been talking about women and girls and empowering women and girls, and the problem are the perpetrators of gender-based violence, and who are, statistics say that they are predominantly men. But when we talk about gender-based violence, whether it's online and offline, we almost normalize men as perpetrators by not speaking about those stats. And I know it seems, I live in Namibia, and it's very, when people talk about this, it's very almost like it's very harsh. You know, it's easier to save the woman, you know, let's empower women, but maybe capacitate men to not be violent. And we normalizing male violence furthers this problem by, you know, that we women as well, we think it's normal. There's nothing we can do about it. But it's not normal. I mean, Catherine, I have to agree, unfortunately, about, you know, saying that this perfect woman, and I think let's leave women alone. You know, if it's not good that there's, you know, that they want to ignore and have this, like, you know, image, but I think women who are trying to, and I think this is how they survive under a patriarchal, sexist, misogynistic society. It's a response. They're just trying to protect themselves. And people who abuse them and saying that, oh, we should, you know, empower women and say, don't be a perfect woman, it's kind of saying that, why are you, it's victim blaming in a way, like you're getting those comments because you're having this view. And so, yeah, essentially, I just want to say that the language that we use around violence and perpetrators should change, and we should be talking about, like, where does this come from, and how then, and I think that will form or inform the kind of, like, devices that we use to respond to violence. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you made like a really interesting point, because what you just said, that we victimize young girls and women. I think that's something that also happens like in the offline world. Like if, you know, like a woman gets raped, they're always like, okay, what did she wear? Really short skirt. It's like her fault. And I think the same is like happening online when people say, yeah, she just shouldn't have sent those pictures, then he couldn't post it. And I think it would be kind of interesting, maybe someone from the room or online has ideas on how to address this to men, what you just said, that we also have to work with them, that we don't only work with women and empower them, but also show the perpetrators or the potential perpetrators that it could suck what they maybe could do in the future. So are there any like programs so far? Does anyone from you know something about this? Because I only know from like Germany, we are always trying to, you know, if people are like, they are law enforcement, and then it goes to court, and after that they try to bring them into projects so they don't start this again. But I think it would be interesting to maybe know some more about this before this happens, if there are any projects, because I'm not familiar with any.
Catherine, so Nigat has a hand, which presumably Nigat is in response to the comment that was just made.
Yeah, I mean, it's just adding to what Keith said. Basically, I think the language is really a problem, and even when we do trainings in Pakistan, there's always or tell women how to secure themselves online. Honesty, it's women are exhausted. It's like it's a lot of labor on their part and on our part to tell them how to be safe online, where this, like. The your constitution and the democracy and the society actually, it should be safer for everyone, right? So why one gender has to make an extra effort to be safe online and offline? At the same time, we unfortunately, like they take this burden, and we have to take this burden to kind of tell them that this is like not really enabling environment for them, especially closed societies. So what are the things that they do? But definitely I agree that we really need to change, look into the language that we use, and also the burden that we are putting on women more, that while they are being traumatized and like face violence in the online space and offline space, at the same time it's the burden on them to be safer, and learn all the preventive measures, and like to address the abuse that they face. But at the same time, initially I just would like to share. Initially, when I started working, I only started doing training with women, because I also feel safe for them, and starting this conversation around online violence, where this is like still a taboo, talking about your intimate pictures being leaked, or being weaponized against you. It's a stigma, and they were unable to share their stories, even with a group of women, so including men in areas which they think is really not safe, where supported, the perpetrator of violence are there. They were not able to share their stories. So I think it's important for us to create those spaces for them, so that at least they share their version of like stories, and what face online. And now I think after 12 years we have spaces where men and women are part of those spaces, and women are talking, who they are facing this violence from, and it's coming from everywhere, major men, and that's truth, and we cannot really deny it. So and then there are men who are really an ally, and they are there how to address. So you really need honest allies, who are there to become, who champion the cause, but also not hijacking the cause. So I'm just like, like talking as a feminist, where, like it's a trick subject, but at the same time, you come as an ally and support us, but also this is the narrative, this is the ownership and agency of our own story. So you try to see how you can make things easier for us, but also champion cause.
Negative. We feel your energy and your passion kind of come through some really important points. It does remind me as well. So from a UK perspective, I'm sure in fact you said it earlier on, we do spend a lot of time coaching those people who reach out for our support. In terms of they've contacted the police, and the police told them, why did you take the images in the first place? And clearly that's the problem, is one with and how they should process that offence. It's clear to move on to have been very patient. So if I can give the floor to you, ask your question too, please. Thank you. First, you'll need to unmute.
Am I audible? Hello.
You are.
Hello.
That's good. Thank you. The floor is yours.
One of our women are like to ask a question, please.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. I'm from Bangladesh. My name is Tatnia Tanjim Jyoti. I want to say that in Bangladesh, most of the women are digitally illiterate. They don't know what is the gender-based violence in cyberspace. It will be easier for us if the IGF content provide their content in our mother tongue, basically. Thank you. It will be very helpful for us. Please do something.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is a very important question. Maybe Cindy would like to respond to this, but this is basically, like talking about the making the content available in the regional languages and local languages. And I think that's what we have been as a oversight board pushing Meta to make the content available in local languages, where, like the question is really coming from the ground, where they're like, we do not understand, English is not our language, right? So if we have like a content in Bengali, the woman would really, or anyone on the platform would understand how the reporting mechanism work, what community guidelines are saying, so I think it's basically how much effort and resources platforms and tech companies are putting into into local languages and making the content available in a way where people actually understand what these companies are saying in their reporting mechanisms and community guidelines.
Again, thank you very much. Cindy, would you care to offer responses? Perhaps a little unfair, because I personally know how much effort that you go to around this subject. But clearly, there is always more that can be done around languages. But Cindy, any response you wish to offer?
Well, this is sort of a tag team because we're working on the translations with you in partnership, but stopncii.org is currently in Bengali, and we're adding additional languages in partnership with Southwest Grid for Learning. It's actually being translated right now this week for Cambodia. It's in approximately 20 languages right now, and David and his team are adding additional languages as we speak. In Meta, I can speak to like facebook.com/safety. The Women's Safety Hub is in over 55 languages, and we're continuing to add because we agree. I mean, things need to be in local languages, and that's not just language capacity, it's also cultural context. So one of the things that we're doing with all the materials that are for Thursday, December 1st, the anniversary celebration that David and I mentioned for Stop NCII's 1-year anniversary, is things are being reviewed by native speakers, because it's not just, are they technically accurate? It's how do you talk about intimate image abuse if you don't work in the NGO sector or understand these concepts? They're really, really complicated concepts, and translator may not get it just right. So we're having additional people look at these issues. And then we know that the NGOs who bring additional expertise around gender-based violence will also look at those materials. But I completely agree. It's just something that we're always striving to do more of and do better. And also get feedback from partners like yourselves. If you see something, so you got it wrong, please let us know and we will make a correction, because language is nuanced.
You're absolutely right. I think it reminded me the Stop NCII NGO network, which Cindy said it's nearly 80 organisations, and these are organisations working to support women, particularly around online harassment and online abuse to do with NCII. So 80 organisations from across the world. We met a couple of weeks ago. I should add, if there are any organisation here, be it online or in the room, that does work supporting adults, but particularly women around NCII, we would really, really love to hear from you. So just there's a link on the website. We're trying to build that network all the time, and it was folks we heard from Paraguay, from Latin America, which reminded us exactly that point only 2 weeks ago around the importance of this, the accessibility of that information in languages. Stop NCI, for example, doesn't really mean much in Spanish, for example, and across the European network we see that, haven't we, for 2 decades now, the importance of language.
Yes, we had one more question in the room. You can go.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I'm Sophia Longway. I'm a German youth delegate, and I was also involved in civil society activism for quite some time, which also led to me getting harassed online quite often, which was then also gendered and racialized. And I do agree with your point. It was really important that you raised that. Why should we focus on women and girls? Like, empowerment is important, and it's really important to create safer spaces and to really like empower women. But in the end, what is more effective, focusing on female disadvantage or on male privilege that is clearly there? And I believe that it's way more effective to focus on the privileged side, because it's the like kind of superior part where men do not have this extra burden. For example, if they go into politics, that they actually have to go through all of this online. And victimizing girls, for me, and from my point of view, is really not proactive. It is just simply emotional labor. So in that sense, everyone really needs to be involved in this conversation. And why shouldn't we educate privileged people about their privilege and then prevent perpetrators from actually harassing? And then I think I couldn't leave this session without mentioning intersectionality in a gender sense, because intersectionality is essential in this conversation. Online violence is also racialized. Indigenous, for example, being indigenous also plays a role. Having a queer identity, disabilities, neurodiversity, the level of income matters, and also when looking at law enforcement. And then also just statelessness migration. Such levels are also really, really important to bring into that. So my question would be, in the government capacity, but also in the industry, who has the power to actually moderate those conversations and who has the power to enforce this? And just as a comment to Cindy regarding Facebook and Meta and the languages, 55 languages for our world is not enough. Like, we have way more, I think like 6,500 or something. So I think it's time to really invest into inclusivity there. Thank you.
Sophia, I think you hit a good spot there in terms of the support and the comments, the supportive comments to your particular contribution as well. We only have 2 minutes remaining, and so before this is going to be a little unfair to give any burning questions that in the room or in now to ask that all important.
We had one question, David, online, but it's been already by Cindy. It was about school, and the person in the chat asked about whether how difficult would background in the image or through other means, and Cindy answered that if an image is altered, it may need a new hash. So they encourage people to create hashes of all copies of images, even ones that are subtly different, since they will create different hashes. That was mainly what was being said on the chat, and one particular participant in the chat also told us that she's doing her PhD on misogyny, and if anyone would like to contact her, she has left her contact details. Then let me see if there's something else. I think that's all from the chat.
Thank you, Deborah. That's awfully kind, and also to Catherine too, which just leaves me with perhaps a bit or two. I will just or two, if you wish to summarize. Emmanuel, I can come to you first.
Thank you, David. Just to what we connected perpetrators. So not like all the men are doing online, big number of men like this that are available and they're ready to support this movement, putting the online gender violence. And the women and guys that I know that are being our sisters, a big number of men are available and ready to support the movement. We know that this is an issue, and we are there to support you. And we know the challenges also that are there. It's an issue that's not really discussed enough, especially in Africa, due to our culture, our backgrounds. But this is a time now to work together and make sure these things, we cannot have it really continue to happen.
Thank you, Emmanuel. You come with me out of the room another time to summarize this, because it needs to be summarized by others.
Yeah, I think if we start not as sisters, as humans, as enjoined in our constitutions and UN declarations.
Thank you, Nigat. How to summarize a life's work all in one sentence. Cindy, if I can come to you too.
It's great to be
Cindy. It's been an immense pleasure. Get some comments or indeed from the room.
Yes, I try to give my best. So we talked a lot about women online, and I think as long as women and children or girls are online, we are exposed to harassment and violence, especially if, like Sophia said, you're politically outspoken or you identify as LGBTQIA+ person, or I don't know, you have a disability or whatever, then you are really you can be attacked really easily, and I think we should really change that. And I hope maybe that all of you who are like in the room, if you want to continue this conversation with all of the other speakers, I can certainly give you, I don't know, contacts and whatever, or yeah, help you trying to get to them if you want.
Catherine, that would be wonderful if you can kind of continue that conversation on as well. I really thank you for holding the room, Deborah. Thank you for organising moderating the online chat. To also Sabrina, Sophia, and Evangelia, too, on behalf of the network, I couldn't not mention Safer Internet Day, 7th of February 2023, which is the purpose. And for the last 10 years, we've been engaging and working with the IGF again physically with that next year too. So 7th of February, Safer Internet Day. It's been my pleasure, indeed my privilege, to be able to fly this. Cindy, as you say, we have a lot of work there is a lot of work to do, but with those kind of insights we've heard, I feel massively enthused and inspired to take those. Thank you for your participation, both online and in the room. And I wish you all a very good.
Thank you.
So for those who are staying in the room, next we'll have working session 214, blurred lines between fact and fiction, disinformation online. So if you want to stick around.
you.
Joao, thank you for being there. I hope you can hear me all well. Can you hear me? Oh, that is great. That is great. So I think we can start. I just want to check if all the panelists, the speakers, the respected speakers are online. Please allow me 1 minute to check.
They are Evangelia. Samuelis, Rodrigo, Sergio, Marina.
Okay, we're waiting for Maria Spiraki, but she will. Yes, I think we can start, and Maria Spiraki can join afterwards. So, good morning and good afternoon to everyone. I will share my screen right now so that you can also see the presentation. Thank you for participating today in our workshop about disinformation online. My name is Evangelia Descalati, and I work for the Greek Safer Internet Center. And together with Sabina Fobau, project officer at the European Schoolnet, Sofia Rasgato from the Portuguese Safer Internet Center, David Wright from the UK Safer Internet Center, Deborah Vassallo from the Maltese Safer Internet Center, Joachim Kind from the German Safer Internet Center, and last but not least, of course, Joao Martins, data scientist at TalkDesk. We would like to welcome you in our workshop, Blurred Lines Between Fact and Fiction, Disinformation Online. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome also our respected speakers today. Please allow me to briefly introduce our panelists for our workshop. First is Maria Spiraki. Maria Spiraki is an awarded member of the European Parliament of the year 2019 for Industry, Research and Innovation. She is now serving her second mandate in the European Parliament with the European People's Party as a member of the committees Industry, Research, Energy, and another committee, Environment, Public Health and Food Safety. She is also a co-chair of the Intergroup on Climate Change, Biodiversity and Sustainable Development, and vice chair at the Delegation for Relations with the People's Republic of China. She holds a master's degree in energy law, business regulation, and policy from the International Hellenic University from Greece. She has worked for 22 years as a journalist until 2014 when she was elected a member of the European Parliament. Next, Sergio Gomes da Silva, Director of International Relations and Communications at the General Secretariat of the Council of Ministers Presidency, Portugal. Member of the board of CENJOR, Protocol Center for Professional Training for Journalists, and member of the executive board of Overcom, which comes from Communication Observatory, and member of the National Electoral Commission. He's a graduate in law and holds training in management and public administration and senior management in public administration. Then Rodrigo Naim, awareness director at SafeNet Brazil, PhD in social psychology, Federal University of Bahia, and coordinator of the Brazilian Safer Internet Day since 2009. Samuel Rodrigues de Oliveira is a PhD candidate in state theory and constitutional law, the Pontifical Catholic University of Rio de Janeiro, Master in Law and Innovation, and attorney at law. Last but certainly not least, our youngest panelist representing the youth voice today, Marina Kopidaki is an 18-year-old medical student at the University of Crete. 5 years ago, she joined the Greek Safer Internet Center and the youth panel of the center, and since then, internet safety has been one of her main interests. At international level, Marina has participated in various activities, such as Big Youth Panel, the Internet Governance Forum, previous years, the Youth Summit, among others. So if I can start, as the title suggests, we will be talking today about disinformation online. The concept of disinformation refers, of course, to false, inaccurate, or misleading information designed, presented, and promoted intentionally to cause public harm or make profit. Unanimously, the internet is the source to which people would turn first if they need information on a specific topic, and the internet has provided unprecedented amounts of information to huge numbers of people worldwide. However, at the same time, false and decontextualized information has also been disseminated through the internet. The rise of digital platforms has enabled people to provide more direct access to content and thus have replaced, in a way, mediated professional journalism and editorial decisions with algorithms that prioritize clickbait content in order, of course, to maximize engagement. Anyone with a social media account can create and spread disinformation, from governments to companies, from interest groups, or even individuals. And research suggests that human users are the main amplifiers of online propaganda and not bots. Consequently, online influences operations are extremely fuzzy, as they largely depend on the broadcast of data by many private actors to reach the target audience. On top of that, inaccurate, misleading content has potentially damaging impact on core human rights and the functioning of democracy. At this point, I would like to open the floor to our panelists and ask Maria Spiraki if she has joined us by now. Maria Spiraki, the member of the European Parliament. I think she has not joined yet, but we can wait. We can go to our next panelist. I would like to hear from our respected panelists, Sergio Gomez de Silva, the Director of International Relations and Communications at the General Secretariat of the Council of Ministers Presidency. I would love to hear your opinion about how this information undermines our democratic values. Sergio, can you hear us?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Well, thank you very much. Greetings for all. This information can really harm people and can erode the trust that people have on institutions and on democracy. Let me give you three practical examples of this. In 2018, in the Brazilian elections, presidential elections, it is documented that WhatsApp played a very important role, especially within these WhatsApp groups. By that time, more than 120 million of the roughly 110 million Brazilians had WhatsApp accounts.
Mm-hmm.
Roughly 2/3 of the voters were active users of WhatsApp. And there was a huge proliferation of fake news through WhatsApp groups. And it is believed that this fake news, these fake messages, had an influence in the outcome of the elections. But it's not only in democracy and democratic processes. Even in real life, in the life of the people, this can have an impact. For example, in India, in 2017 and 2018, there was a spate of mob-related lynchings that originated in false messages that were circling through WhatsApp. So people died because there was circling news that there were people going around small villages, kidnapping children and kidnapping people for organ harvesting. There are also allegations that Facebook played a role in the violence against Rohingya people through 2013, 2017. There was lots of disinformation about Rohingya people, doing all this horrible accusations about them. And there is this perception that this fueled violence against them. So, of course, we could give other examples. Often when we discuss these issues, the presidential campaign in the United States of 2016 is maybe the most quoted. Examples come from there. But there are examples all over the world how fake messages circling in internet and especially in social networks really plays a role in threats to people, to concrete people, and also how it can interfere in democratic processes and corroding the confidence, the trust that people have in institutions.
Thank you so much for all these examples that you gave us. So 2018 Brazilian elections and 2017 India mob-related chain messages are the examples you gave us, and these are excellent examples of how disinformation can threaten our democratic values. From one hand, we have disinformation and the threats it poses, of course, and from the other hand, we have the fundamental right to free speech. How do we balance those two?
Well, that's a complex problem, and as any complex problem, there are no simple solutions. I'm just saying the obvious. But not trying to oversimplify this issue, I would say that we should put much effort into approaches. One is to support, foster journalistic media. One powerful way of not giving so much ground to disinformation is to have journalistic information. When I say journalistic information, I mean information that is produced by journalists according to their deontological codes, to journalistic good practices. And this is very important because what we are seeing in some of these places where disinformation really has an impact is that people are getting information mainly through social networks or through other online sources that are not journalistical sources. Another approach that complements that is very important to add to the support, to the fostering of journalistic media, is to strongly invest in the development of media literacy skills within the population. It is common people should have the knowledge and the skills to do their own critical analysis of the information they receive. We know that many of the information, many of the messages that misleads are easily distinguished, are easily identified as false if people have some basic knowledge. And besides this knowledge, if they have this recurrent preoccupation of trying to understand if it's true or false. Of course, not everything is so easy because we all know about deep fakes. So these videos, these sounds that can really mislead even the most people that are most knowingly, the people that have more competencies. But if we really transmit this message to everyone, that is, when they receive a message, they should try, before putting trust on it, they should try to verify it with trustful sources. Then, even in more hard to identify, even there, then people are much more protected. So empowering people should also be an approach, and is a very powerful approach to protect, to prevent the spread of disinformation.
So from what I've noted down, two are the main factors in order to put the balance between disinformation and free speech. So the first one is journalistic media. To get our information, to get the news from media that follow the rules of the journalist. And the second one is media literacy. So the deficit in digital media literacy across the world has been identified, as we said, as a critical factor explaining widespread belief in online false information. Thank you so much, Sergio. Yes,
May I just
please.
add something that is
Yes, of course.
the most sometimes it is believed that the easiest way to prevent the spread of disinformation is to restrict freedom of information, freedom of expression. This would be the wrong approach, because if we restrict freedom of expression, if we restrict the freedom of the journalists to do their work, in a way, what we are doing is hampering the mechanisms to counter disinformation. So to these two complementary approaches that I suggested, I would say that we should also be very aware that prohibition, that restriction to freedom of expression, to the freedom of the media, would be counter-effective to prevent and to combat disinformation.
Yes, of course, because people would lose their faith in societies. Yes, of course. Thank you so much, Sergio Gomes da Silva, for your insights. They were very helpful. So I would like to ask if Maria Spiraki has joined us. Otherwise, we can move on to our next panelist. So I will move on to our next panelist, who is I've lost my so I would like to go to panelist Rodrigo Naim, who is an awareness director at SafeNet Brazil. Welcome, Rodrigo. Welcome, and thank you for being here. So, from your experience, is the media literacy education landscape equally well established in all the countries? And I know the answer, so I'm going to ask another question. If not, what is the baseline of actions that the country should take to create digital literate societies?
This great opportunity, and yeah, it's a really big challenge, and yeah, just starting with some fast comments about Sergio speaking about democracy and freedom of expression. As well known in Brazil, we faced it again in these last elections, really hard moments with these disinformation strategies. targeting, especially the already vulnerable groups in Brazil, especially, for example, women and black communities, participants at the elections that were targeted again online with this process, but also to highlight this the importance of this challenge of disinformation also around, for example, during the COVID pandemic and how many families had only the WhatsApp information available for them, and through WhatsApp, the same platform, they receive a lot of misinformation content about health issues and all this wrong message that can really, really change their lives and make harm, concrete harm, also in health approach. So that to say that the challenge about media literacy is really big in Brazil because even if you have between children, for example, a great internet use for almost 93% of Brazilian children are online somehow, but this access is really, really different. And this difference should be considered when you think about media literacy programs. And for example, we have a lot of children in Brazil, the poor families that only have access to the internet from cell phones, from mobile phones. And in general, they are limited in access. The broadband is really low, but also they have limits on data package and depends on free platforms. And again, WhatsApp is a main platform because they are free in many different telecoms companies, for example, uh, allow this free access for WhatsApp. And again, WhatsApp become the main source of information for many, many families and even for many children that only have this channel to access information. As Sergio said, the good information, the professional information created by journalists, checked and with strong source of information are not always available for them to WhatsApp. That to say that media literacy is really key for us, but also we have to understand this diversity of internet access, and also to understand in countries like Brazil and many other countries on the table and also on the audience, we don't have the basic literacy. Communities that can read, communities that can write, and the same community are using somehow internet and this kind of messaging platforms to inform and to receive information, for example, only by audio files. And how can we create public policies in countries like Brazil, that we have more than 100 million internet users? Many of them are unliterate, totally unliterate, not only digital illiteracy, but we have to think this kind of programs that use different language to make this different approach to media literacy happens in Brazil, because it's not only checking information, it's not only giving good websites from the ministries of formal institutions, but how they can really access this good content and the counter speech of this kind of misinformation strategy. So we are trying to do that in Brazil as SaferNet is running the Brazilian Safer Internet Center. We have in Brazil pretty good laws and guidelines at the national level to improve media literacy, to talk about disinformation in schools, in the national guidelines for national education. We have good guidelines. We have also the Brazilian Bill of Rights for Internet that have good principles and really great approach for all these issues. But the big challenge is how we implement media literacy education in scale in countries like Brazil and in many other countries that are big, and we have a big internet population also. So this scale issue is really key for us. That's why SaferNet, as a technical non-profit organization, are trying to create curriculums. We created a new curriculum last year to share with public schools and make it easy for teachers, because teachers themselves are facing the same challenges to understand how to face all this misinformation tsunami, you can say, that are every day arriving in many different platforms. So this multi-stakeholder approach, but also this multi-strategy approach, because it's not only schools. We have to work also with the platforms in each country, because it's not only a translation question to translate a United States approach for media literacy that works well in the United States. It's not the same. It's not only translating good materials and good tools, but understanding the context, the local context to make it happen. How, for example, just to make a short example, how to explain to people how to use this safety features that platforms have for misinformation report, for example, how to report what happens after that. Are these reports anonymous? Can I be a target after because we have local uh, repressive militias in my neighborhood? Can I'm safe reporting some kind of misinformation in my neighborhood or in my town? This kind of basic information people miss yet. So how can we work in these different fronts to have not only schools, media literacy approach, educating teachers to have this opportunity to educate children, but also to work with big platforms to make this awareness about resource, about how to report, and also working with authorities. In Brazil, we have a SaferNet president. My colleague Tiago is contributing with the Supreme Court for electoral process to work with this misinformation group response to think about how to scale this multi and different strategies at the same time that that is much beyond only education. And just to conclude, we also are working and have good results for this moment with youth participation programs. We have youth creators, online creators and influencers that are creating good materials to face this kind of misinformation, especially related to hate speech, because we have a strong problem here, a big problem here, how misinformation and all this hate speech are connected. And it's really sad to say that we are starting to have in Brazil, for example, mass shooting in schools, and almost all cases are related to hate speech and also related to misinformation groups that are targeting, for example, LGBTQ community in Brazil. So it's really hard to see how these high level questions of democracy and misinformation are being translated in behaviors from 11, 12 years old teenagers shooting people in schools and using the same discourse, the same narrative that we see on these uh, big misinformation strategies around elections and other hate speech groups. So this is really hard, and it brings our work to youth participation to face with youth response, not only formal response, it's not only formal education response, it's not only federal Supreme Court response. It's how can we engage youth participants and youth users to say, in your reality, in your community, in your words, how we can face together this misinformation, because we need this different generations approach to face this problem. And also to conclude, we have seen that it's directly connected all this misinformation, not only with corruption democracy, but also the impact on mental health of we all, but especially in teenagers also, but also in activists that sometimes are leaving the activism, they are leaving the work somehow, and some persons that are leaving the elections process and giving off just because they are target of so hard attacks of misinformation and hate speech together. And this mental health issue related to misinformation, it's really important, not only for these target groups, but also for everyone, because we know that there are a lot of psychology beyond misinformation strategies and all these emotional effects that misinformation provoke, that even the good information to check the information and the counter speech information that correct a kind of misinformation, it's not enough as information only to give back all the sensation, the emotional aspects, and the emotional effects that can be really, really strong, uh, provoked by misinformation. And just only one new information is not enough to take back all this feeling of participating in a diversity community, in participating in some groups, and all these emotional and mental health aspects are really key for us to make it happen as media literacy education in a large approach, not only in schools, but including also other factors and other stakeholders. Yeah, this is how we are trying to face that with this curriculum, this youth participation in youth creators. We created a small lab, a safer lab project. My colleague Juliana are leading, and we have really, really good results. But the challenge keeps to how to scale these interventions, how to scale this good content, and how to scale these educational materials that we have. They are good educational materials, but they are competing as a priority with our educational system, for example, that some schools don't have water, don't have bathrooms, don't have teachers. So
Yes.
kind of competing priorities is also a challenge to scale media literacy and fight misinformation in Brazil nowadays.
Thank you so much, Rodrigo, for this input and the insights you gave us about Brazil were really intense and very important. So it's very difficult for Greece with 10 millions to raise awareness about digital literacy. I cannot even start to imagine how difficult it's going to be for Brazil. The scale of the country is very big. So uh, this is a huge project that has to be done because media literacy is the key point to many things that are for safety and security online. Thank you so much. And since you have mentioned the youth panel of SafeNet Brazil, I would like to go now to our next panelist, who is our youngest panelist, Marina Kopidaki. Thank you once more for representing youth today. You are the voice of youth in this panel, so thank you so much. Yes. Oh.
No, no, no.
Okay, it's always very important to also hear from the youth because they view things differently than us. We think that we can think like a young person, but we cannot. That is the truth. So I'm really curious, Marina, if all this discussion that we have heard today, that all these panelists who have spoken and shared their insights, has it ever been disinformation, has it ever been in the discussion of your peers? Is it something that young people are discussing, are interested in?
Well, from my personal experience and interacting with people my age, I can say that disinformation is not really a hot topic among us. Well, there are some cases in which disinformation has come up, but that's always after disinformation is like revealed or we learn that something we have heard is not true actually. So that's the only way that disinformation can come to the conversation eh, for us youth. Well, I think I want to say something now about disinformation and how disinformation undermines our democratic values and principles. Well, as the previous speaker, Rodrigo, said, obviously disinformation undermines our principles, undermines our principles, but I don't think that this is something that youth can understand. Well, I've been here and working with the Safer Internet Center in Greece for 5 years, so something that I have now understood that this is how it goes. This information can manipulate me. But I don't think that many people of my age or my colleagues and the other university students I'm with do understand that and how important this is. Well, I think that we are very vulnerable to disinformation, maybe due to our lack of experience as young people. We don't know how to protect from that. And disinformation can be everywhere, from the news to an influencer with hidden advertisement or anything. So it can be everywhere, and we cannot recognize that. There are many cases in which I've tried to I've tried to make people understand how that works, but it's not very easy to understand. So that's why I think education and safer internet education is very, very important, actually.
Thank you so much, Marina. So, from what you say, I can understand that we have to present young people disinformation a different way as we do it right now. Because we are not delivering the message about saying, you know what, disinformation is something when something is misleading or not true or false. Okay, thank you so much for this information. And so young people do not get the core gist of it. The threats of democratic values, as the panelists also have shared with us and given their inputs. And how about digital literacy in Greece? How is it done in Greece? Do you believe that Greece, your country, is a country which incorporates digital literacy in the school curriculum, maybe, or provides children and young people with all the awareness material that they need in order to be informed correctly?
Well, what I can say about my country is that up until recently, media literacy education was pretty much inexistent in Greece. Well, lately, the Greek educational system have done something that allows digital literacy to come into the schools and to students. Well, how that works is that although Greek schools do not have integrated into their curriculum such a course as digital literacy, it is one of the most important stuff that children have to learn because they use technology and the social media into their daily lives. So how to live, behave, and function in such an environment is extremely important. Well, just recently, in 2022, I think, it was integrated into the education system a flexible education zone in which educators can select from material from various topics. All of them approved by the Institute of Educational Policy and Ministry of Education. And there is a large pool of themes that can be covered and taught to young people. Well, our Greek Safer Internet Center contributed to this pool of educational resources a series of handbooks which are accompanied by a teacher's manual. Well, that promotes values as safety on the internet, proper online behavior, online friendships, protection of excessive use, online gaming, and depending on the age, well, for older students, there is material which focuses on hate speech and disinformation. And maybe for younger students in elementary schools, there is a protection of data and all the more basic things. Well, promote this material to the Greek educational community. A large campaign was initiated by us, the Greek Safer Internet Center, to educate teachers on this material. Well, this material is now used extensively to educate students in digital literacy, aiming to develop responsible digital citizens. Well, still the material is not incorporated in the mandatory curriculum, and this is definitely one of our main objectives. But I think that in general, safer internet centers in Europe have a crucial role to play in digital social media digital literacy, and they have to boost digital literacy education. Well, with the assistance of the personnel of Safer Internet Center, educators have to be trained and subsequently act as multipliers to educate their own students. However, this should be done systematically, I think, and to be incorporated in the mandatory curriculum. And for all students, it should be mandatory, starting from a very young age, since the interaction with social media and the internet starts at a very young age at this point. While specific focus topics of interest should be incorporated into the curriculum for each different educational level and should be very, very carefully selected by the Ministry of Education, both the Ministry of Education and the Safer Internet Centers.
Thank you so much, Marina. Thank you for your input and for your valuable information. You said something that is very important, mandatory curriculum in the schools about digital literacy. This is a lot of steps have been taken these last years in Greece, but one more step to take is to incorporate in the mandatory curriculum in the schools digital literacy. Moving on, I would like to go to our last panelist, Samuel Rodriguez de Oliveira. And welcome, Samuel. Thank you for being here. So I would like to ask you, how do we policymakers and industry tackle the problems in terms of legislation? Can you please give us your input?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. I think you have a small presentation to share.
Yes, I do. Okay.
Can you share your screen? Is it possible? Do you have the rights?
Let me try just a second.
And I can ask the team. Okay, great.
Yeah, okay, is it working? Yes.
Yes, it's working perfectly.
So I'm going to address how policymakers tackle the problem of disinformation, specifically in Brazil. We have a few steps to go through here. I'm going to try to stick to my 10 minutes, so I'm going to be brief. It's just an overview, just some comments regarding a few pieces of legislation and some initiatives of our electoral court. So in Brazil, we have Law 2065 of 2014, which is known as the Civil Rights Framework for the Internet, which was sanctioned in 2014, and it establishes principles, guarantees rights and duties for the Internet use in Brazil. The global discussions regarding content moderation are reflected in its Section 3, that deals with liability for user-generated content online. And the law differentiates between connection providers and application providers. While the first group involves the enabling of a terminal to send and receive data over the internet, it cannot be held liable for damage arising from user-generated content. But the second one, the other group, involves services that offer functionalities that can be accessed through a terminal connected to the internet, such as social networks. In this case, the platforms can be held liable if they fail to comply with a specific court order. In addition, the platforms are authorized to moderate content according to their own interests and rules, or according to the terms of use. And also, according to its very own text, this law aims at guaranteeing free speech and prevents censorship, showing a clear preference given to the free manifestation of ideas online. In practice, it means that companies are not obliged to check and stop content to be posted. And it has clear inspiration on the US model defined on Section 230 of the CDA. And however, we have two exceptions here. It's when it comes to copyrights and the disclosure of materials containing nudity or private sexual practices. In these cases, we have a notice and take down model that is usually applied, meaning that an extrajudicial notification is enough to impose liability on the provider in case of non-compliance. However, the law does not address the sharing of misinformation or fake news. An also important topic is that the constitutionality of its Article 19, which defines the model applied to the application provider, is being analyzed by the Brazilian Supreme Federal Court, which is an issue that has gained traction with the intense public debate on the regulation of online platforms in the context of combating misinformation, hate speech, and other forms of harmful online content. It's interesting also to notice that in 2021, last year, the federal government tried to enact the provisional measure 1068, which significantly amended the Internet Bill of Rights to, among other things, provide that social networks could only delete, block, or suspend user accounts and user content if they fit one of the hypotheses defined in a small list that includes, for example, nudity, terrorism, and pedophilia. And notably, this provisional measure did not include the sharing of false information or hate speech in general as causes for the removal of content online. So if platforms wanted to delete these types of posts or this type of content, they would have to request it in court. They could not apply their terms of use to delete.
I see.
Yes.
This is a big problem, I guess, if they cannot, if they see this information, they're not to take it down.
Yes, that was the intention. And this provisional measure, it was proposed by our soon-to-be ex-president, Jair Bolsonaro, which can sort of explain the reasons and the type of content moderation model that was proposed. But luckily, well, as it aimed to reverse the logic of content moderation, it was deemed sort of unconstitutional and also illegal due to the civil rights framework for the internet. So only a week after its publication, this provisional measure was rejected by decisions of the President of the Senate and also by the Supreme Court of Brazil, luckily. But this year, due to this lack of a legislation that properly addresses the matter of disinformation online, um, there has been a significant role of our electoral court, our superior electoral court, that works for guaranteeing all the fairness of the elections in Brazil. So worried specifically about fake news, disinformation, hate speech online, our electoral court signed agreements with the main social networks operating in the country in Brazil to reduce the dissemination of disinformation with resources that could contribute to democratic processes. Also, the court has been responsible for determining the removal of several pieces of content online, targeting mainly those about the credibility of ballot boxes and the electronic voting process in Brazil. And the removal of such content follows the provisions of the court's resolution 23-714 that provides for the tackling of disinformation that affects the integrity of the electoral processes. And here in this QR code, you can access this resolution in Portuguese, unfortunately, but you can maybe use Google Translator or maybe ask me later if you have if you need any help with this resolution.
Okay, we will do that.
And among other points, this resolution prohibits the dissemination or sharing of non-untrue or seriously decontextualized facts that affect the integrity of the electoral process, including the process of voting, counting, and totalization of votes. And in these cases, the court can determine the immediate removal of the content under a penalty of about $20,000 per hour of non-compliance. And this rule starts counting only as the end of the second hour of receiving the notification. In addition, this resolution provides that after a college decision establishes the removal of online content, the presidency of the court itself can determine the extension of this decision regarding all identical content that is found online. And also, this resolution also authorizes the suspension of social media accounts if there is a systematic production of disinformation online. Um, following this resolution in November this year, following the Brazilian elections, several profiles of YouTubers and also Brazilian politicians have been suspended on YouTube, on Twitter, and other social media. And although these actions may seem unreasonable for some people or for some countries, and even to some extent undemocratic, they were deemed completely necessary this year because considering only the first round of elections this year in Brazil, there has been a 671% increase in the volume of disinformation complaints forwarded to the court compared to the 2020 elections. There was the need for 130 new clarifications and denial about cases of disinformation regarding the correctness of the electoral process. And episodes of political violence via social media increased by 436% compared to 4 years ago. Anyway, the way that the Supreme Court has directed its final efforts in the in the fight against fake news has divided some legal practitioners and academics in Brazil. But we have kind of an unanimous conclusion that we do need to make all these definitions by due legislative process. So we have to have a legislation that addresses all these issues. So in this sense, we have our Bill 2630 of 2020 that is known as the Fake News Bill, that institutes the Brazilian law freedom, responsibility, and transparency on the internet. That is intended to establish standards, guidelines, and mechanisms of transparency for providers of social networks, search engines, and instant message services over the internet, as well as guidelines for their use. So in this QR code, you can access this bill. So it is a text that is largely inspired on European debates, such as the DSA, focusing on procedural obligations. It was already discussed in the Chamber of Deputies in Brazil, and now its final text is ready to be discussed in the Senate. So all we can do now in Brazil is hope that this legislation be approved or not, and then deepen the debates regarding how policymakers can address the problem of disinformation in Brazil. Just a few thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with DSA, you are referring to the Digital Service Act of Europe, and indeed, it has been also legislation in the European Union. Thank you so much. It was very valuable to know that it was unanimously a conclusion that legislation is needed indeed. Now I am keen to open the floor to the participants, both from on-site but also from online, and to give them the space let me share my screen, the space to express Joao, can you hear us from the room, from Addis Ababa? Yes, Joao, we cannot hear you. Yes. Yes, now we can hear you. Joao, so as I said, I'm keen to open the floor to other participants, and I would like to ask, with your help, of course, your valuable help, and thank you for being there today. So I would like to ask the participants, both that are physically on site in the room, but also who are online right now. So how is the media literacy education landscape established in their country? We want to know what is done around the world. We would also like to hear about good practices from their country that tackle disinformation online, and what action points do you think should be followed by the respective stakeholders from public but also from private sector. Maybe somebody would like to join the conversation and I would like to also see maybe the room, if that is possible, from the organizational team. The room. Yes, okay, thank you. Maybe I can just say the points that I wanted you to share with the participant. The first one is, how is media literacy education landscape established in other country of the participants? If they could share with us good practices from their country and how they tackle the disinformation online, and maybe action points that they think should be followed by the respective stakeholders from the public, but also from the private sector, in order to tackle disinformation online. I also shared my screen. Can you see the question that I just posed in your screen? Wow, great. I don't know if there's online participation. Somebody online would like to join the conversation. And maybe share their thoughts. We cannot hear you. I'm sorry. Well, Yes, please. Indeed, thank you so much, Rachel, for this input and for all the information about Kenya. You mentioned that media practitioners are getting all the information about digital literacy in the curriculum, but how about young people? How about children? Does Kenya have a strategy about raising awareness about media literacy, about safety online in schools? Is there any strategy there? Do you have maybe NGOs that are raising awareness? That is great. Thank you so much, Rachel. And Joao, I think you said there was another person from on site that would like to make a comment. So, thank you so much, Christian, for your input. It was really important. I just noted down about Project Blue Sky, the upstream for algorithms. I just wanting to make clear what kind of algorithms are provided from this project? Ah, okay, okay. So that's why you mentioned the recommender system. So they could pick what recommendation the platform would make them. Well, that is very interesting. So yes, what you mentioned is exactly okay. We have realized that there is a problem. We have informed people that they should be literated from that they should know about media literacy. They should know how to recognize fake news, disinformation, and misinformation. But disinformation and misinformation is still there. So what can we do? Would any of our panelists like to answer, to give an answer to Christian?
May I say something?
Yes, of course.
I would like to two observations. One regarding journalists and their digital skills. I think this is very important. Technology is becoming more and more sophisticated. Artificial intelligence is already there, and it will increase its sophistication. And it's very important to help journalists to deal with all these new challenges. So I think this issue about digital skills of journalists is a really important thing. Another that comes with it has to do with economical sustainability of media. We know that the way news nowadays are distributed is very tough to make sure that everything is correct, everything is fact-checked, because we all already got used to receive the notifications in our smartphones. So our expectation as consumers is to receive a notification whenever something relevant happens. And this is a huge challenge for the media to correspond to this expectation, and also to have all the resources to do it. And of course, technology is also a way of helping media to face these challenges, but this is very expensive. So a thing that needs to be tackled is this thing of this economical sustainability of media. Another thing that is about this idea of preventing people from being confronted with disinformation, so preventing disinformation or misinformation to reach people. I think in abstract, of course, this is a good idea, but I don't think that in the real world this would ever work, because in the real world, very often it's quite hard to distinguish what is disinformation of what's not disinformation. And what we see in some parts of the world is that the regimes, so some political regimes, use this excuse of fighting disinformation and misinformation and malinformation as a way to prevent a free discussion, or preventing the scrutiny of their exercise they do of their power. So I think we should be very careful with the approaches we follow. Let me use this metaphor of the saying, we should be careful not to throw the baby away with the water of the bath. And this is very easy to do. So that's why I think that modern developed systems that will prevent disinformation to reach people, it's better to give people the resources to distinguish what is disinformation, what is false, and what is true. And as I said, I think journalistic information and media literacy are some of the most powerful approaches to do it.
Thank you so much. This intervention, Sergio, was very important, actually. From an internet society ambassador saying the point cannot be overemphasized that teaching people to easily verify and authenticate news would be the biggest win in combating disinformation. Save a few ones, most disinformation are easily discernible from publishing sites and running quick searches. However, the education will be much more effective if we satisfy users and target them with different approaches. In the long term, countries should consider compulsory digital education from at educational institutes. Thank you very much for this input. I think, Joao, there is one more participant who would like to intervene. The floor is yours. Thank you very much for this input. Indeed, what you said, but also what Sergio Gomes da Silva mentioned, that suppressing is not the correct way to go. So it's also, I agree totally with your opinion. So supporting and equipping people is the answer to it, and that is what we try to do also. Thank you so much. And I think we have Nicholas Lenin Anan Agie wants to contribute to the conversation. And this is the last one because we have to close our session. Can you open your microphone? You've raised your hand.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I just quickly wanted to highlight a point that the immediate past speaker made on the inherent biases of some of the traditional journalist institutions. And I think that it is widely informed by the country structure. I'll give you a practical example. In Ghana, for instance, for some reason, there used to be only one state broadcaster. And when the media landscape was opened up, political parties bought a lot of the media houses and created a lot of them. And so the media landscape is hugely polarized politically. So in that sense, relying on the traditional media houses to verify information becomes a problem because they themselves sometimes are enablers of some of the propaganda or the disinformation that people fall prey to. So bottom line becomes, as I said, yeah, a unit of the human himself becomes the best judge of what should be true or not, even though in more developed democracies with more pluralistic media landscape, the journalists may provide better insights into the authenticity of information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we need more pluralistic media landscape. That is very correct. Thank you so much. So I would like to go on and to invite Sabrina Forbau, co-organizer of this workshop, to quickly inform us about the Safer Internet Day celebrations that will follow. Sabrina, can you hear us?
Absolutely. Thank you, Evangelion, and everyone for this very great conversation, very fundamental conversation. And it's so great that we have so many participants from different parts of this world around the call to really share what is the situation within their country, their local needs, their local challenges, because this is so important to take into account when trying to globally in a multi-stakeholder manner foster and tackle this issue. I would like the occasion at the end of this workshop to make everyone aware about Safer Internet Day, which is an annual campaign that is celebrated once per year in February. Of course, we are aware that every day should be a Safer Internet Day, but as with every international celebration, on the 7th February next year, we are celebrating Safer Internet Day again. It's a global campaign that is taking place in more than 40 countries and many more around this world. We invite you all to join this celebration to mark this day, to raise awareness for a safer and a better internet, and also to raise awareness about the resources you're producing and the work you're doing at the national level when it comes to tackling disinformation, but many, many other challenges we are facing when being online. So please feel warmly invited to visit our website, saferinternetday.org, to see what is happening in regards to this celebration within your country and how you can contribute. Thank you very much for joining today, and I give the final words to Evangelia.
Thank you very much, Sabrina, for informing us about the Safer Internet Day. I would like to close, not to close, I will give the floor to Sophia to close the session, but from my side, I would like to thank all the panelists for sharing their thoughts, for being here today, for this valuable conversation that we had, and for the inputs, of course. Thank you, Joao, for facilitating all the conversations from on-site, and I wish you have a pleasant stay in Addis Ababa. And Sophia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Evangelia. So We have heard the opinions of our speakers and participants as a closing remarks of this session. I would like to stress out some points, some key lessons and recommendations for the future. So Sergio Gomes da Silva gave some examples to demonstrate how fake message circulating in internet and in private groups can interfere in a democratic process. Regarding the balance between disinformation and the right to free speech, Sergio Gomes da Silva point out the support to journalist media as a way to avoid giving ground to disinformation, meaning to support good practices as the journalistic deontological code. Another aspect point out was the investment that should be made in media literacy skills in population as a way of empowering them through a critical analysis of the information they receive, meaning give the people the instruments that can help them to distinguish information and misinformation and empower their decisions. Rodrigo Naim stressed out how WhatsApp can be the only channel to access information for some part of the population in Brazil. Media literacy is a key point, but in Brazil, it has to be said that the basic literacy is not ensured. So how can they go further to media literacy? Brazil has good guidelines at the national level, but about media literacy, a great approach. But the big challenge is how to scale these guidelines to all population. It was also pointed out how youth participation and influencers are raising awareness about hate speech. All the disinformation is having impact in the democratic process and also impact in mental health of activists and young people regarding emotional effects that the disinformation provoke. Samuel Rodrigues de Oliveira addressed how policymakers tackled the problem and presented the civil rights framework for the internet that includes content regarding hate speech and disinformation online. It was also referred that the resolution that tackles information that affects the integrity of the electoral process. As an example, it was referred that following this resolution, after this year elections, some YouTubers accounts were taken down. Brazil is discussing legislation that addresses all these issues, and they hope that this legislation will be soon approved. Marina, the youth representative, recognized that disinformation is not a hot topic among youth. Nevertheless, she mentioned that the disinformation undermines democratic principles, but is something that for young people is not easy to understand, although she recognizes how important this is. Youth are very vulnerable to disinformation that can be everywhere, from advertising to news. But it is not easy to understand and how to spot it. That's why Marina advocates for the importance of safer internet education. Marina also gave the example of the Greek education system, where since 2022 is more flexible and there is a pool of themes that can be taught. Now teachers and students can access to handbooks and manual about some of the online safe topics, aiming to develop digital citizenship. Although it's not mandatory, it's already a step ahead. Marina also underlined the importance of the Safer Internet Center in tackling these issues. Let me end by express my gratitude to all the speakers that gave us their perspective on how to balance the threats of disinformation with the right to free speech, on how online information can undermine our democratic values, on how policymakers and the industry tackle this problem, and last but not least, the example of the actions that countries are taken. Again, I want to thank you all for having been here with us, and I wish you all a pleasant IGF full of useful discussions, gathering food for thought for the next steps to be taken towards a resilient internet for a shared, sustainable and common future. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Recording in progress.
Hello.
Hola, hola.
Hola. Hola, César. Hola.
Buenos días.
Mónica.
Sí, hola.
Hola, querida. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Dónde estás?
Estoy en la oficina.
No, pero ¿en qué lugar del mundo?
Montería, Montería. Estoy en Colombia.
Hola, César. Se te ve muy bien. ¿Dónde estás, César?
Aquí en Estrasburgo.
Ah, bien.
Estamos en la reunión del Consejo de Europa.
Ah, verdad. Sí, te decía esto de que si no tenés la cuenta abierta no te
Sí,
deja entrar. Es un
ya
poco raro, pero bueno.
me di cuenta.
Me pasó ayer.
Tuve que
Me
crear una
pasó.
cuenta nueva.
Sí, me pasó ayer en un par de sesiones y me quedé un poco preocupada, pero ya voy lo. Hola, Roberto, querido. ¿Cómo te va?
Mira, Roberto, saludos.
Bien, un gusto verte. Un gusto verte.
Hola, hola, Robert. Igualmente.
Creo que se escucha perfectamente. Creo que Regine está en Addis. Ah, hallo Regine, wie geht es dir?
Hola,
Ok,
Regine.
practico un poco mi alemán con Regina.
Bueno,
Eh,
yo voy a apagar mi cámara. Yo soy reportera, no necesito tener
bueno, gracias Mónica
Claro que sí,
cámara
Mónica.
prendida.
Si no tiene la
por
cámara
siempre
encendida, no
ayudar.
puede reportar.
Y nos falta Kerrian y nos falta Wolfgang. No sé si Wolfgang está en. Do we know if Wolfgang is in Addis or he's remote? Regina, do you know that? Okay, great. Okay, we still have some, like 3 minutes. Okay, yeah. Roberta, did you get the final version of the script? Yeah, with the colors and all that. So you have an important goal.
Roberto. Okay.
Hallo, Wolfgang, wie geht es dir? Thank you for being with us. I know how the IGF in person is running from one session to the other. Thank you very much for joining us. I know you're a star in all the IGFs and you're very always required. So thank you very much for having the time to join our session today. So we're waiting for Carrie-Anne. She said that she would join. We have Lina. Lina, how are you? Where are you, Lina? Are you in Strasbourg as well?
Hello, hello.
Oh,
I am in Estonia.
oh, you're in
I'm in.
Estonia. Fantastic. Oh yeah, kind of everywhere. Oh, we have audience in the room. That's great. Thank you, all of you, for joining.
So we only are waiting for Carrie Ann, right?
Yes, but if we are if the time is to start, we can start, and then she should join. It's quite enough. Not that early in the United States, but it's the morning here. It's 11:20 in Buenos Aires.
Oh, okay.
So there must be 9:30, 9:20 in the morning.
Okay.
Not very early.
Okay, let me announce to the colleagues that we will start in maybe 2 minutes.
Okay.
It's okay, right?
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, 2 minutes. Thank you, Robert.
Ich habe gehört, der Tobias Bacherle ist nun doch noch gekommen.
Ja.
Heute früh.
Da ist früher.
Ja, ja.
Ich habe ihn schon gesehen.
Okay, ja.
Ja, er hat morgen, glaube ich, einige Parlamentarier.
I lost audio from the room.
Yeah, don't worry. I just turn it off.
Okay. No, just checking. The meeting yesterday went well, Robert, right? The
Yes.
beginning one. I liked it. I enjoyed it.
Definitely, it was really good. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you for your leadership. Yes.
Another important introduce. So she can introduce our great panelists.
Are we ready, Roberto?
Over to you, Olga. Yes, actually, we are already starting the session, and I'm giving you the floor now, so you can introduce.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Roberto. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from Buenos Aires, Argentina. It's the morning here of a quite summer day, quite hot. My name is Olga Cavalli. I am the National Director of Cybersecurity of Argentina and the Academic Director of the South School of Internet Governance. Many thanks to all of you for being with us in person or virtually today in this open forum focused on enhancing cybersecurity of the national administration, where we have a group of very experienced and distinguished panelists and friends who will share with us some comments about how to enhance cybersecurity and tackle cybercrime. With me there are our distinguished panelists. I will briefly present them and then give the floor to them. Many thanks to all of you. I know you're very busy. Some of you are in Paris and some of us are virtually. And Mr. Wolfgang Schweinreiter, a good friend of the School of Internet Governance, and myself, Professor Emeritus at the University of Aarhus in Germany. Regine Grimberger, she's Ambassador of Cyber Foreign Policy of Germany. Welcome, Regina. Lina Allen, she is in Estonia. She is the Regional Program Lead at EU CyberNet. Welcome, Lina. Cesar Molinesi is Director of Cybersecurity, E-commerce and Digital Signature at Medotel in República Dominicana. But he's also the Regional Program Lead at
Latin America.
Very
Very
important role for us Latin Americanos. And Carrie Ann Barrett, my dear friend from Cybersecurity Program Manager in the Organization of American States. We have our dear friend Roberto Zambrana as our on-site moderator. He's a member and a very distinguished member of the Internet governance ecosystem in Latin America and in his country, Bolivia. And our dear rapporteur, Monica Proches from Colombia. She's always helping all the activities that we organize. Thank you very much, Monica, for being with us. And over to you, Roberto, my dear co-moderator, for giving us some initial comments.
in the different aspects that are part of the strategies that actually fight and try to prevent different kind of attacks and other means of affecting actions that can be damaging for our institutions, particularly in the public sector, but in different other aspects. So maybe we can start with you, Olga, and our first guest.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Roberto, for your initial comments. And before giving the floor to our colleagues, let me tell you very, very briefly what has been done in Argentina to enhance the cybersecurity, especially at the national administration, but being the government and the national administration, one of the most important users of the IT infrastructure and data. That it said, perhaps an interesting information for you to have in mind. We have a national cybersecurity strategy that it's being revised right now. We have a national cybersecurity committee, which involves several ministries. And the National Cybersecurity Directorate that I lead in the Secretary of Public Innovation, we issued a policy called Minimum Information Security Requirements for organizations of the national public sector, because, and this policy establishes a series of minimum information security requirements, which are mandatory for this ministries or parts of the national administration. And they're the main receivers and producers of information of the country. So this is kind of the basis for establishing security at the national level. So we think that it's important. We are working on the different organizations to make that happen. And it's revised by the National Directorate. There is a big challenge, especially for developing countries in different aspects related with cybersecurity. How to be up to date with technology. Technology is usually acquired from other countries. It depends on the budget availability. And sometimes when everything is well done with security, nothing happens. So it's difficult to show progress when all the things are in place and are working well. At the same time, it's difficult to train staff. There are not many universities and qualified training courses that are training people, especially at the national administration. How we can create new careers in cybersecurity with universities, and how can we deal with the human resources of human resources. What is happening in Latin America is many of our very good human resources are going to work to develop countries. So that's also something that we have to face as a big challenge. So having said this general questions and comments and things to think about, I will ask one question to my dear friend Wolfgang, and we all know that Wolfgang is very well recognized for all the work that he does, but especially every year we wait for his comments about predictions for the next year about internet governance, cybersecurity, and all that will happen in internet, especially in this international interaction. So Wolfgang, my question to you is, considering cybersecurity as an important part of internet governance, and I know that you're focusing more now on your work in cybersecurity, can you share with us your comments about what we can expect from and about cybersecurity and cyber threats in the next year that it's coming, 2023? And welcome, and thank you very much for being with us this morning for us, afternoon for you.
Thank you, Olga. And thank you very much for making this arrangement. I just came from a session which had the title, The Role of Governments in Internet Governance. And we referred to the definition of internet governance from the Tunis Agenda, which introduced the multi-stakeholder model, and where the civil society, the private sector, and governments are singled out as the main stakeholders, and each stakeholder should contribute, and this was the key words, in their respective roles. And the conclusion from this addition in their respective roles is that there is no single model for the governance of the cyberspace because it depends from the issue. So that means if it comes to cybersecurity, the governance model will be certainly different when it comes to the management of the domain name system. In the domain name system, governments are in an advisory capacity because all the work is done by technical experts and by the registries, registrars, and we have ICANN, and Olga was in many various capacities on the non-state side and in the governmental advisory committee there, and is very aware about it. Cybersecurity, it's very clear. Here, the governments have a priority because national security and also fight against cybercrime, you know, this is primarily a task for the governments. But, however, it would make absolutely sense, and would not only make sense, but it is needed that governments consult with non-state actors if they really want to enhance the cybersecurity, like in the domain name system. The voice of governments is needed. That's why, you know, you have a governmental advisory committee. Insofar for cybersecurity, it makes absolutely sense to have probably a non-state actor advisory committee which would give advice from the technical perspective, from the private sector, from the civil society, you know, what governments should do. You mentioned the national cyber strategy. I think this is really important and will help also, you know, in the it's a confidence-building measures. That mean if each country has a national cybersecurity, then you understand much better, you know, what are the special national priorities and, you know, what the situation in this country. That's why also in the program of action, which is under discussion in the open-ended working group in the United Nations, you know, there is the recommendation to elaborate national strategies. But it would be absolutely needed that such national strategies are coming out, you know, from a multi-stakeholder discussion in a country. So that means if only, you know, governmental people are sitting together and draft such a document, so certainly they can produce a good document, but they would miss some points, and the decision-making capacity remains in the hand of governments. But all the wisdom and knowledge which could come from the technical sector, from the private companies, from civil society are needed. And insofar, the looking forward, what will happen in the next years, I think we are moving towards a crossroads where the multi-stakeholder model, which was adopted 15, 20 years ago, you know, will see a stress test. Because, you know, if you look around, you know, there are some governments which say, why I should consult, you know, with private sector. So I have the power and I'm not ready to share this with others. Sharing is a key word in the Tunis agenda if it comes to the governance system. Insofar, you know, it's difficult to make any predictions. The discussion on the Global Digital Compact, which was kickstarted also today by the tech envoy, I think is a good opportunity. Though my concrete proposal would be that the process could be stimulated by the creation of multi-stakeholder drafting teams which work on certain texts. The final decision-making capacity will remain in the hands of the government because it's an intergovernmental body, no doubt about this. But before you come to the final stage, there is a lot of things to do, and I think that's why the awareness, in particular in the field of cybersecurity within governments, is important that they understand this and make use of this potential which is available in each country and where countries can learn from each other. Back to you. Thank you very much, Olga.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang. This awareness issue, I think I've been reading and learning new things now in my role in cybersecurity, and I think that the awareness is one of the key issues that especially the government can have in hand. And I take note of what you said, a non-state actors advisory committee. I think that's a very interesting concept. Maybe we can think about some countries that have that in their structure. I don't see the government not interacting with the private sector, with the technical community, with the companies providing the technology, especially in developing countries that we are mainly buyers and users of technology developed in other countries. So thank you very much for your comments, and maybe I come back with other questions in a while. Roberto, over to you.
Thank you, Olga. And it's important to mention that indeed most of our countries usually work separated in the different agendas, the private sector by themselves, the government by themselves, and it's important, as you mentioned, Wolfgang, to tackle this issue in a very integrated and holistic way, sharing and collaborating between institutions. And I would like to know, and we are going to Regine with this question now, I would like to know, Regine, how is the IT security in the public administration organized in Germany, and how this organizational structure interact with other ministries, inside, of course, at a national level, and also outside with the other countries in the European Union context?
Thank you for that question. That sounds very easy, but it's actually very difficult to answer. The German cybersecurity architecture is often compared to, these pictures in children's books where you have a jungle with many trees and flowers and plants and animals and multicolored and very irritating and confusing. And now, where has the little mouse hidden? So, I will start with the 3 layers that I see, and they mirror basically what Wolfgang Kleinwächter explained from the global perspective. So first, we have a whole-of-government approach, which means that there is a core triangle of 3 ministries carrying the major burden of cybersecurity in Germany. That is the Ministry of Interior, that is responsible both for all the resilience work that has to be done, but also for cybercrime. Then there is the Ministry of Defense, responsible for military defense, and in our case this means not only defense of national territory, but also within our military alliance, which is NATO. And then there is the diplomacy part, which is actually my part in the foreign ministry, focusing especially on the international norms frameworks and on our bilateral relations, also in order to counter the threats that we are facing. So that's the whole of government approach. We have a national cybersecurity strategy, which describes the tasks and responsibilities for each and every part of the public administration. But the strategy describes also the second level, which is a whole of society approach. So we include not only the regions, that Germany is a federal system, so we have a state level responsibility and a regional level responsibility, but also the tech sector, the telecom providers, critical infrastructure providers, academia, civil society actors, and so on. And by this, it mirrors somehow the multi-stakeholder approach that we have on the global level. The third layer is, of course, the German cybersecurity strategy is embedded in an EU framework for every one of the 3 points of this triangle. So we have, for resilience, we have a Network and Information Security Directive on the EU level, which gives us directions of what to do on the national level. Then for the defense, we have an EU cyber defense posture, which is currently under discussions to reach the next level. And for diplomacy, we have an EU cybersecurity strategy, which also describes some tasks that we do jointly, like capacity building, and I'm happy to see Lina on the call. But let me tell you also something about our challenges that we are facing. It was mentioned already briefly that this multi-level and multi-perspective approach to cybersecurity means often for governments this feeling of a loss of control, because there are so many actors and the government is somehow not even in the avant-garde position to really steer the process. That's also in our case. And the second one, and this is part of it, is that the technology is developing at such a speed that it's really difficult for state actors, for national actors to be really able to grasp what this means also in terms of national security. And there's often the feeling that whatever the government does, it comes too late and is too little compared to the threat level that we are facing. And in Europe, this is often discussed under the headline of digital sovereignty. So cybersecurity questions and ownership of digital technologies come together to one discussion. The third challenge, I would say, is securitization of the whole question, which means that with this very delicate balance between privacy and individual rights and the digital rights approach to digitization on the one hand, and freedom in the discussion, and on the other hand, security in the discussion. Events like, for example, at the moment, the ransomware pandemic that we are facing in Germany, and I think in other countries too, all over the world, lead our security actors to this sentiment that they have to get more competencies in order to combat this pandemic. But then what happens to the other side of the balance? That is really something that is very challenging. And also here, I think that only within a multi-stakeholder discussion, we will be able to reach a consensus that is really sustainable also in the future. And then this leads to the fourth challenge, and this is, of course, disinformation. And I must clearly say that in our system, we separate clearly our measures, our campaigns against disinformation from the cybersecurity discussion. So disinformation is a problem, is regarded as a problem, but the mechanisms that deal with this are completely separate from the cybersecurity. So, for example, internet shutdowns is something that we do not use because we want to maintain the integrity of the digital ecosystem, and they rely on reliable access to internet. So our hybrid threats working group that we have within the ministries is more relying on elements like resilience of the society, fact-checking, providing good quality information from the side of the government so that, for example, in the pandemic, people are able to access good quality information on reliable sites and so on. So
media literacy.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting, particularly to know that it's totally feasible to have an approach of multi-stakeholderism. And it's very important as very proved experience to some other countries. But I would like to go to Olga now, because I think we have important comments.
Thank you, Roberto, and thank you very much, Regine. And maybe if we have time after the first round of questions, I would like you to, if you can give us more detail about this second level group that you explained, the regions, federal system related with the technical sector, how is it related with the government, but I will leave this question for the second round if we hope that we have time. Now I would like to welcome and make a question to Lina, the chief in Estonia, and I would like to commend all the work that EU Cybernet is doing. And by the way, one of my team members was in a meeting 1 or 2 weeks ago in Santo Domingo. She was very happy, and she said it was a fantastic meeting that you organized there. And thank you very much for that and for inviting her. So EU Cybernet has a very important role in creating a network of expertise to support practical learning and strengthen cybersecurity globally. And now I'm happy to see that you're working intensively in Latin America. Which are the main challenges for creating this network, especially considering these comments that we just listened about, the being multi-stakeholder, the challenge of governments interacting with the technical community and companies, and to be able to deliver this practical learning that it's useful for the attendees. And can you share with us some examples of concrete outcomes and impacts, and welcome, and thank you for being with us this morning for me.
Thank you very much, Olga. It's indeed a pleasure to join this interesting discussion, and very warm greetings from wintry Estonia. So quite a contrast to Addis or Argentina. It's snowing here, in fact, at the moment. So indeed, EU SciNet project was created 3 years ago with the aim of improving the quality of cyber building delivered by the European Union, and also to improve access to the experts that have the skills and capacities to deliver cyber security or cyber crime related activity in an impactful manner. And our project's focus is on raising awareness and growing the number of experts who would be interested to be to share their experiences with EU partner countries across the globe, and to share their experiences through different consultations, trainings, and exercises. And we make this network available to EU institutions, to projects, to EU member states who engage in different cybersecurity activities. And European Union is the largest development aid provider in the world, accounting for more than half of the all development aid in the world, and is also a very active player, a donor and implementer in digitalization and connectivity projects. And EU CyberNet is trying to support these efforts in trying to raise cybersecurity awareness in the donor as well as in the beneficiary. And when the donors are delivering or the beneficiaries are receiving aid in the digitalization. So digital transformation space as well as we are doing several development and capacity building projects, and our current focus is indeed in Latin American and Caribbean region. And the EU, when speaking about the network, the EU is a family of 27 nations, very diverse countries, but we are all joined by the same vision for a global, inclusive, free, and open cyberspace. And this is what we try to convey through the project. The experts in our network, we currently have 50 experts that we are trying to double. They have very diverse backgrounds, and this is what it makes it interesting, because when we deliver the trainings, we can combine the expertise from smaller and larger countries, from different maturity levels, national administrations, public sector, private sector, academia, civil society, and so combining these different approaches. I understand that my audio is not.
It's a little bit scattered. I think if you speak closer to the mic, I think that would be.
Let's try.
I can hear you, but it's not that clear. Oh, that would be great. Thank you.
I will try to hold my mic. Let me know if it's still cutting. So basically, we were trying to combine the experiences from the 27 member states of the European Union and also experts from the region. So we are also engaging with experts in the Latin American region, for example, with whom we have been working together for years, and share the same values and exceptional professionals, because we know that copy paste or one size fits all does not work in cybersecurity at all. And this is the practical learning through examples, through stories, through lessons, good and bad practices, exercises, case studies. EU CyberNet. I'm from Estonia, and EU CyberNet is implemented by a public sector agency. It's Estonian Information System Authority, the National Cybersecurity Agency, basically. And it has a specific reason to encourage government-to-government knowledge share. And obviously, in our network, we have public sector. We don't have only public sector experts, also from private sector, from elsewhere. But we try to encourage public sector involvement specifically because we might have great consultants who master the theory, the methodology, and can present it extremely well, but they may not have worked in a CSIRT or in a ministry who needs to implement the cybersecurity policy, and they don't know the struggles or the frustration of operating under scarce resources or political ignorance. And therefore, it is good to combine the different sides of the story, and then this is also in a way how you enhance practical knowledge. And it does not happen through PowerPoints, obviously, but by networking. Cybernet is all about networking, building bridges of practical collaboration and information exchange between CSIRTs in the recipient countries and the CSIRTs in Europe, by creating longer-term mentoring schemes, facilitating some professional internships, because these are the most effective methods to learn on the job training as much as we can do that, obviously, because of the resource constraints and times constraints. And regarding the challenges, I guess when designing the trainings or selecting the experts, we have to take into account the impact that it will make, and always have in mind the absorption capacity in the recipient country, because the outcome should be something that the recipient country is happy about, and where they have also invested their resources, their time, their efforts. They should feel that they are part of that collective brain who created that outcome, because if this is not the case, then the work will be forgotten quickly, and the policies that have been drafted and even adopted will be never implemented. So that capacity building needs to drive change, and change happens through effort, and sometimes that effort is painful and it includes frustration as well. So this is how we intend to, or how we try to focus on practical sharing by sharing experiences, very, very practical experiences through the network that we have created.
Thank you very much, Lina. 27 nations and same vision. That's a very strong idea to have in mind and to work with. So I commend you for that. And this adoption capacity, I think that's important. Sometimes we see that some technologies are adopted and use them, but sometimes not necessarily adopted in the right way. So I think this is a very interesting comment, and I will come back with some question after the first round that I have in mind. Now I will give the floor to Roberto again.
Thank you, Olga. Now we will go to our region, to the LAC region, actually, and we have with us to Cesar, and I would like to address him regarding the cybernet effort that was established in Santo Domingo, in Dominican Republic. And in this matter, how do you see the region in its way to digital transformation, and which are the main challenges that you think our region has to face in the near future?
Well,
Cesar,
thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much for that, Roberto. Thank you, Olga, as well, and good morning and good afternoon to all. I guess the Latin American region is called to, I guess, face great challenges to achieve this necessary digital transformation or to develop this digital ecosystem. You know, we need, I guess, we've made advancement when it comes to the coverage of telecommunications networks and services. We've advanced in legal frameworks. We've, had lots of projects and initiatives when it comes to social inclusion programs, and even in electronic government. But the unquestionable fact is that we, as a region, we are still lagging behind quite a lot. And I guess, to round up, or at least to answer your question, Roberto, I would try to narrow it down to 5 big areas. And I guess number 1 obviously comes down to infrastructure. In this context, the promotion, I guess, of proactive public policies is required that, for example, will allow, I guess, the deployment of of broadband services, both at a national level and at a regional level. This is something that we're still, as a region, when you look at statistics from organizations such as ITU, you see that even though through the pandemic there was a considerable growth, in the use of telecom services, the region as a whole is still lagging behind when we compare us to other regions as well. The second challenge, I guess, is digital economy, and obviously this is something that even though there has been quite a lot of access to small medium enterprises to the internet, it has increased even before the pandemic, after the pandemic way more. This, however, has not been translated into a reduction of the productivity gap between companies. For example, you see small medium enterprises that do have access to technology, do have access to the internet, but however, this has not translated into more economic welfare for some of these companies as well. Thirdly, there is the issue of electronic government. Electronic government has become, a core entity for digital transformation, which is why we, I guess, as a society must advocate to promote, more action in this arena. However, it is worth noting that, after more than a decade, I think, or even more than that, there have been constant meetings, constant commitments, saying we need to improve e-government. But the reality is that when you look at e-government indexes and such, you realize that probably only about 4 or 5 countries in the Latin American Caribbean are among the top 50 places in the world. So again, lots of area for opportunity. The fourth, I guess, challenge that I would have to find is basically when the challenges that stem from social inclusion and sustainable development. Obviously, encouraging the incorporation of ICTs in social spheres is essential to create an inclusive society. We must now, to include, we must focus on vulnerable social groups, so this must be a priority when we're thinking about IT policies. And at the regional level, the goals of ICT policies, should be to influence education, developing better student and teacher competencies. For example, when it comes to health services, obviously, improving the efficiency of the provision of these services. And last but not least, always take care of the environment, and the use of ICTs for protection of the environment must also be one that we must not leave behind. And last but not least, obviously, my favorite topic of all, cyber capacity building. And it's true that national efforts in cybersecurity must be reinforced by our competent authorities. Olga was giving the perspective of Argentina, which I think is a really good example. We have Carrie Ann on the panel, which probably will tell us about the efforts that the OAS is doing in promoting the development of national cybersecurity strategies, of the creation of CSIRTs. And this is a step in the right direction, but we have to understand that we need, if we are ever more dependent on, on these technologies, and these technologies do carry a certain type of risks. So if the only way that we can actually, fend off some of these risks is obviously with cyber capacity building, having, for example, and basically having enough preparedness, enough resilience that when these attacks happen, we know what to do. We have the corrective measures in place, and this can only be done through cyber capacity building.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Cesar.
you very much. Go ahead, Olga.
No, maybe you want to comment something, Roberto? I just had a follow-up question, maybe for later.
No, don't worry. We will continue following up later in our second round. Due to the time, please go ahead.
Thank you, Cesar. And I know that you are in another meeting, so I value very much that you take the time for being in this panel. Now I would like to give the floor and make a question to my dear friend Carrie Ann Barrett from the Organization of American States. And we all know, especially in the Americas, the great work done by the Organization of American States through CICTE, the cybersecurity program, that has a major role in helping all countries of the Americas in defining national cybersecurity strategies, capacity building, and perhaps having this glue that European Union has, and we in Latin America, we have the Organization of American States, so they have this place for all of us to interact. So what else, Carrie-Ann, needs to be done at the national and regional level to build upon this strategy and enhance the cybersecurity of each national administration, so that national cybersecurity doesn't end being a paper that everyone likes, but nothing happens? And how can member states begin to prioritize the necessary governance structures? We have heard some ideas from Regine in Germany, and the European Union, from Lina. How can these structures be enhanced and for sustainable national capacities? And thank you very much for being with us, and welcome.
Thanks so much, Olga, and thanks everyone for all the comments. I think they've been really, I think they built on each other. I think I wanted to take three different perspectives and identify some of the best practices from those situations. So the first one would follow up on Wolfgang's example of the multi-stakeholder group that could be established at the national level for the development of strategies. So like as a best practice within the OAS, we always ensure that our member states establish either an interministerial group or at a minimum, a multi-stakeholder group that actually involves private sector and academia when they're consulting to develop the strategy. One of the reasons why we think that this is a good example is because even within government itself, there are silos. And the silos is because one person might be working on a digital strategy, another one on public administration, another one on improving e-services for transportation. And those silos ends up causing there to be a disconnect between digital projects at the national level. Therefore, you end up with multiple contractors, you end up with multiple service level agreements, you end up with multiple standards for security. So one of the first things that that interministerial group does, it allows all the ministries to actually hear from each other what the digital projects they're working on. As a further step in that process, the OAS is able to use its capacity, its convening capacity, to pull together all the stakeholders at the national level. So even if they're not part of the interministerial group, all stakeholders, private sector, academia are able to have a roundtable discussion, both during the brainstorming side of developing a national strategy, and then at the implementation side in terms of building out the plan. What are some of the downsides to that? And I'll go to the opposite end to what Wolfgang said, because Wolfgang's comments stuck with me when he said that governments are usually afraid of private sector. That's just me paraphrasing Wolfgang. But one of the cool things is that private sector are actually very interested in working with government during those working group sessions. And it always fascinates us that they always wonder why haven't they heard from the government after the strategy has been approved, because there's a continued interest to support the government in implementing the strategy. This brings me to my second example, which is an initiative we've been doing with Cisco for the past few years, and it's called the Cybersecurity Innovation Councils. We have executed this in Chile, Mexico, Colombia, and we're hoping to add other countries to this, like Costa Rica, for example. And the whole idea of this is bringing together private sector, academia, and the government in a room to discuss brainstorming what are the national challenges and what are some of the solutions. One of the amazing things through that process is that the OAS recognizes the need to have all of these groups as a part of, as you said, establishing that governance framework for national administration. And the private sector, hearing the needs of the government, can then continue to support them. So one of the main things that came out of those CICs for the past 3 years, Olga, goes to Cesar's point in terms of capacity building. Workforce development has come out as a very key need nationally. And we as the OAS with some of our partners have been speaking as to how can we then provide that framework for workforce development, not just looking at the NICE framework, which many of us know, but how can we regionalize this? So as another example to that is we've been working with FIU on what's called the Regional Initiative for Cyber Education and Training. We had our second virtual session this year, and we tried to just talk about workforce development holistically. We believe that compositions like that will support government's national administration because they'll begin to see the gaps and the needs they have in digital skills and start to develop frameworks to be able to fill those gaps. I think my last major example I'd want to share with everyone is the need for more research in our region. It's something that always gets me that as a region, in order for our national administrations or governments to start thinking about cybersecurity holistically, research is needed. We need to bring academia into the room. We need to make sure that we're taking their research and using it. And even at the OAS's level, we produce white papers, we produce publications, but I want to use this word, and I know I'm in like in a public setting, but dumbing it down to the point where you can actually absorb the information is also critical. Ensuring that we're not just pushing research that is just good for paper and it sounds good for academia, but also it's absorbable by governments, recognizing that we have to have executive level points coming out of that. So an example of that we've done recently was with a civil society partner, Global Partners Digital. We published a good practice guide on national cybersecurity strategy development, and we saw it as complementary to the ITU guide because ITU's guide that speaks to strategy development takes you step by step. And we even shared our documents with them as a part of that multi-stakeholder collaboration and said to them, this is our publication to complement yours. And the reason we shared it with them is because what we try to do in that document is in the Americas, we now have 17 national cybersecurity strategies. We believe that our region has a lot to share with the world in terms of the experiences. So in that document, we gave case studies. We asked each of our member states, example in Colombia, who actually worked with civil society to do their strategy, what were some of the best practices with that? We spoke to civil society and asked them to give feedback. How was that experience with you working with the government to develop the strategy? So we recommend if anyone hasn't read it, it's a good case to read because it actually gives you practical examples. So I think to summarize, Olga, national administration can only be improved through that multi-stakeholder model because at the end of the day, cybersecurity affects us all differently. The government's perspective in terms of creating the ecosystem, the private sector in terms of creating the technology, and then the end users, the citizens, in terms of us being the observers of technology, needs to have different levels of knowledge, different levels of information available to us. And I believe that our national administration can only be improved through that. So I'll hand back over to you and Roberta. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Carrie Ann. And again, I commend you for all the work that the Organization of American States does. You said something very interesting. People that has not worked with governments or within a government think that governments are monolithic. That's far from reality. We have silos, we have different views and different ministries and different agencies within government that have different perspectives, especially in relation with cybersecurity. And I also think that the work that the Organization of American States does within companies, with private sector, helps governments to be closer and interact and lose this fear to work with private sector, because there is also this a geopolitical dimension of technology with the private sector that it sometimes for government means something. We have sometimes for a second round of questions, perhaps shorter. I have some, I don't know if Roberto, you have some also ideas. I have a question for Wolfgang, if he's still with us. I know he's very busy and sometimes he may have to go to another meeting. I know. You said that a good idea could be having a non-state actors advisory committee. Do we know, I can think of CGI from Brazil, that they have a very interesting multi-stakeholder model. Do we know about other countries having this kind of non-state actors advisory community committee interacting with governments?
I think this is certainly different from country to country. Regina has mentioned the case in Germany with the various circles, the intergovernmental circle, then the outside consultation, and the CGIBR case is a special case, and without CGIBR, the Net Mundial conference never would have taken place because they have this advanced multi-stakeholder model at home. What I wanted to add also as a reaction to the discussion here, I think there is no need to reinvent the wheel because each country is confronted with the same situation. And you can compare it to climate change. Climate change is a very global issue. All countries are confronted, but you know, the protection of climate starts at home. And you have to look what your country, what you can do, but you can learn from each other. So, you know, and you have to adjust then the global experiences to your national concrete situation, to your national priorities, but this goes hand in hand. So in the academic world, we have years ago introduced this terminology, localization. So that means the global issues, you know, need a local answer to that. And I think for cybersecurity, this is exactly the case. So because the weakest part in the global internet ecosystem is a risk for the security of everybody. And insofar, to learn from each other, you know, exchange of best practices is a cheap investment, and capacity building is important. That's why in the United Nations, the program of action is the real way forward, and not to introduce new norms and treaties in this field. Probably in cybercrime, it's a special case, and ransomware is a new challenge. But I would think, you know, think global but act local. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang. Yeah, localization, but at the same time, we are all connected. So it's really very challenging. Regina, you mentioned that you have a tech sector interacting with regions. Is that a formal committee? How is the formality of this group with the interaction of the federal government or the regions?
The format for this kind of interaction is a National Cybersecurity Council, which consists of the federal government institutions that I mentioned, so Ministry of Interior, Foreign Affairs, Defense, Justice, and so on, but also representatives of the regional level and of the private sector and civil society. And they actually have an agenda that contains all the issues where we have joint but perhaps not the same interests. So we have the same issues on the agenda, but different views on that. For example, the question of innovation and research. Who is actually responsible for that? We have a state-financed university system in Germany, but we have a lot of research also going on financed by the private sector. So this has to combine somehow to make sense. Then the question of skilled workforce. We need a lot more of IT experts. So who is actually responsible for educating these experts? Is it schools and public sector training institutions, or is it the private sector? Because we have a dual education system in Germany. Critical infrastructure, the other thing. So we have critical infrastructure providers that are private. We have those that are public. Many of those are not even on the federal level, but on the regional level or district level or municipality level. So again, a challenge of how to bring them all to the point where they take this burden of taking the responsibility of providing minimum standards for the security of their service. And certification is another use case of the National Cybersecurity Council, because certification, of course, helps the consumers because they know that the product they buy is secure. We have our cybersecurity agency testing the products and working also with private testing entities to kind of label products, but we have on the other hand also the private sector, which is interested in getting those labels in order to have a better, argument in marketing their products.
Thank you, Regina. So this National Cybersecurity Council is really a multi-stakeholder body interacting with the government, as far as I can understand.
Yes, that's the case.
Thank you. And you mentioned disinformation. Is that something considered as an issue of cybersecurity in part of these activities that you mentioned? So this is part of the cybersecurity issue, or more on?
No, it's not.
Oh,
No, it's
okay.
not. We don't regard it as a cybersecurity issue. We have other fora to discuss this, and we rely more on the resilience of the society and on regulation of companies than on state activities in this sector.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Regina. Roberto, do you have some other question in mind? I have some others, but maybe you want to chime in.
I have some as well. Maybe to elaborate a little bit more about the approach that the states have when they have to provide inputs. They use the same kind of framework for all over the regions, or they just manage their own approach and then they provide inputs for the national level.
Of course, for the private sector, the minimum requirements that are issued by the governments create or should create a level playing field for everybody. That's why, because we have an internal market in the European Union, we have also tasked the European Union with setting up some minimum requirements for cybersecurity, both in terms of products, or Internet of Things products, devices that can go online. That's work in progress at the moment, but for example, critical infrastructures, we have these minimum requirements for quite a while and are updating them at the moment in order to match them to the actual threat situation that we face. So the level playing field argument is very important.
Thank you. And then I have another question, a following question, Olga, for Cesar. Maybe we can go with him for a while.
Yeah.
And Cesar, if you are still with us, I wanted to, we know that Indotel, as the regulator for office for Dominican Republic, has an important, a major role regarding universal access, and that's one of the things that you mentioned in your intervention before, which of course is very important to aim this digital transformation in your country. How do you see the strategies that may be effective in the near future in order to overcome this kind of situation? Because as you said before, we do have several divides in our region, not only between our region and the rest of the world, particularly the global north, but inside our region. And for sure, as it happens in our different countries, you do have this kind of divides inside Dominican Republic. How do you face that as the regulator?
Oof, well, that is really the million-dollar question. And had I known you were going to go there, Roberto, I would have really prepared a completely different participation. But I will answer it to the best of my ability. Number one, and I think obviously this has come, I guess, over, Wolfgang mentioned it, Carrie-Anne mentioned it, Lena mentioned it, Regine has also mentioned it. And it's, I guess, when it comes to, this multi-stakeholder system of approaching some of the challenges that, the digital transformation and the internet as a whole brings for us. For example, I can give you some very local examples of projects that we've done in Dominican Republic, trying to basically close some of these divides that you mentioned. For example, we've done quite a lot of alliances with the private sector in order to get, telecom services, in order to get broadband, in order to get internet services to those communities where we honestly know that no provider in their right mind is ever going to go there. So we've managed to make quite a lot of advancement in the last few years, especially during the pandemic, and obviously now after the pandemic, we've made quite a lot of advancement in having lots of liaisons with the private sector. Additionally to that, there's obviously civil society, and one of the main projects that I'm really that I do have to highlight is that there has been certain approaches to the regulator, to NGOs that deal in this type of issue, that are trying to get communities connected online in order to close some of those gaps, in order to try to get connectivity to the people that need it the most. Obviously, this is, I guess, it is not all, you know, roses and perfume. There is a lot of negotiation that has to go on. You know, there's a lot of interest on the table from governments, from private sector, from even from civil societies and the communities that this touches upon. So I guess my advice in this regard would be, yes, do try to get everyone on board. Do never forget that the ultimate goal for this is obviously getting people online, but not necessarily just getting them online for the sake of getting them online, but also getting them online to have, I guess, the internet be this enabler for their transformation, for their inclusion, and obviously for the economic benefits that they can reap out of this.
Thank you,
very much,
Cesar.
Cesar.
1 minute, 1 minute for Lina and 1 minute for Carrie-Anne. Lina, I see that the basis of your work is the European Union, but I see that you are doing activities in Latin America, which is very good. Which other regions are you working with apart from Latin America and European Union?
1 minute. We are a global project. We
Okay.
started from Latin America, and LAC4 is the first European Union funded regional cyber competence center, which is also a complement for the region. There's lots of potential to advance, to I guess harmonize the security levels, cross-border collaboration. I guess this is why has invested a lot of attention in Latin America specifically. Of course, EU has other priority regions which are geographically closer to the EU. But this is a very, I guess, concise approach to support Latin America. But we have bits and pieces also in Asia, but we have massively right now Latin America because EU actually has a lot of different cyber capacity projects in addition to your cyber network, Gas, Direct, and Pacto. So they do quite a lot of work all across the globe, I would say, and EU cyber steps in these segments where no other project is currently delivering on tailor-made projects and activities that where there is a need. We try to operate in the needs-based formula on delivering something that we have in our to each say client or target country in.
Thank you very much, Lina. I think that Carrie-Anne has no audio, so I
just got my audio back. So
oh, you're back.
if
Okay.
you still need me, still
Thank you. Final
just
comments
got it back.
for. Thank you. Thank you. One question about what you mentioned about research. How can you think that we could enhance the research idea within universities? How can is the Organization of American States doing something in that regard? I think that's a very we have lack of research in Latin America about cybersecurity. I agree with you.
One of the things that we're looking into for 2023 is actually to increase our research in certain topics. So for example, with the gender and cybersecurity, we'll be doing more specific research by outreach into universities. We also learned recently of a network of researchers that was launched out of Brazil with IGF. So we're thinking of ways in which we can start to reach out to those various networks and collaborate with them to actually do topical issues that are happening in LATAM, and then use our platform to be able to publish and bring more visibility to those works. So as like one example, we learned recently of a researcher that did some work on workforce development with ITU, and we reached out to ITU to see if we could do a joint publication with them on that research, because we recognize that there's need to be able to use our platform to cause the work that researchers are doing. And I think it's to bring them in the room more often as well when we have the consultations for strategy. So that would be probably just some next steps, Olga, that we could probably highlight.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Carrie-Anne. We are totally out of time. I keep 2 or 3 big ideas, enhance the multi-stakeholder activities, capacity building, and work together, private sector, governments, and academia and technical community. Thank you all very much for being with us today. Thank you, Wolfgang. Thank you, Roberto. Thank you, Regina. Thank you, Lina. Cesar. Thank you very much, Karian and Monica. Thank you, the audience, also for being with us. And with that, I send you my best regards from Buenos Aires. Thank you very much. Have a great day and have a great IGF for those of you there.
Thank you very much, Olga. Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you,
Gracias,
everyone.
Roberto. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And we can now close the session. Thank you.